Hello and welcome to my 2022 birthday collab. I understand this video is just a little late because my birthday was in fact in July, but we are here now and that's what counts. You'll see some familiar faces along with some new ones. I hope you check out the narrators who are kind enough to take part, and subscribe if you enjoy their narration. Don't forget to support the authors and musicians who let their work be used too. If you missed out on submitting audio, don't worry, there will be another birthday collab next year for you to take part in and enjoy. I'll begin with my own story. Happy Bloody Birthday. Written and narrated by Lady Spookaria. When the special day rolls around each year, I know I'm going to have a great time. Some people greet this day with joy, others indifference, and some with the dread that they are perishing slowly over time. Birthdays have changed in meaning over the course I've been alive. Believe me, that is a long, long time. Different cultural shifts bring different things to light. Some people don't like change, and I have mixed feelings about it. You could say, I found a way to avoid this, to stop aging and to prolong my life. When I was 20 years old, I found a book at a flea market, along with a range of other trinkets. Most I have lost or sold over time. The book was the only worthwhile thing the vendor had. Everything else you could say was gaudy trash. The elderly lady who sold it to me told her that her grandfather had been involved in the dark arts. It was a grimoire, a book of spells, and at the time, I didn't know if I believed in it or not. I wanted a conversation piece to present to my friends. But as I flipped through the pages, I couldn't put it down. I was so obsessed with it, I cancelled my birthday get-together with my family and friends, warning them that I caught an illness of some kind, and I didn't want them to get sick. Instead of socialization, I spent all day and all night reading until my eyes ached, and fell asleep with the book resting on my chest. There was one spell in particular that managed to catch my eye. One that would make me immortal. I thought it was foolish, but I couldn't stop reading. Eventually, I decided to try it. The more I delved into it, the more I decided it was worthwhile. What could possibly go wrong? I figured it couldn't hurt to try it out. What was the worst that could happen? I'd lose a little bit of money. I was rich, it didn't matter. I'd make a fool of myself. Well, I already was the family pariah. If need be, I could always throw the book away or sell it on. The price of maintaining my youth is, well, a nice little blood offering. At first, it was barely any at all. Just a couple of drops from someone's fingertips, and that was enough to satisfy it. I expected the price to be much greater than a few drops of blood. This was immortality. Eternal life. I'd watch in the mirror. The changes were small, but delightful to see. All the fine lines would fade, and my looks remained the same. As the years went on, I began to realize, one year in particular, the lines didn't completely fade, and I had to add a few more drops of blood for it to work. Keep in mind, this was 100 years ago, and you could say the cost has increased a great deal. The price paid increases every year, doubles or triples. Eventually, it finally reached a point where someone would need to die. I would try to find someone that nobody would miss. And it pains me to say that about another human being. I guess, could you call me human at this point? In order for me to make it to yet another birthday, I need to sacrifice at least 3 healthy people, and they have to be happy. Finding people who are happy in this economy is difficult. So that makes the search quite tricky, I must say. But where there is a will, there is a way, as they say. I seek them out wherever I can find them. I try to take them at their happiest for the best impact. The spell works better, they taste better, and I drain them completely of blood. I have to do one immediately after another, so as you can imagine, the logistics are incredible and frustrating. I would pour myself a bath. I try to make a day of it, you know, a special birthday, some candles, a bowl of wine, some soothing music. In all the time I have done this, I have never gotten used to the smell of blood. And some people get used to it. They enjoy every part of it. I have to use scented everything in order to disguise it. Again, some people enjoy it while others are aroused by it, so I've heard. I guess I haven't truly broken away from being human after all. I cannot escape my feeling of guilt. You need to take care of yourself during a time like this. Self-care and all that. I pretend that instead of human blood, it is some kind of bath oil or something. In order to have the best effect, I hold my breath and allow myself to submerge. I can feel it coating me. The warm, sticky blood. I wait for a little bit, as long as I can in order to reap the benefit for my sin. Finally, I gasp and pull myself out of the blood. It tends to smell different, you know. I wait until the blood begins to oxidize and I step out. I look at my face in the mirror and notice each time there is a change in me. My eyes are colder, more malicious, and each time I do it, a part of me slips away. The cleanup is the worst part. I've never enjoyed or been good at cleaning. In the past, we had someone who would handle that for us. But there are things you cannot trust anyone else to do. I learned that the hard way when a young man of questionable morals helped me clean up, and then had the nerve to try to blackmail me. I ended up having to add his body to the other tasks I had. Anyway, first I give myself a shower and watch as the blood leaves my body. I have to scrub vigorously to get rid of it, and pour Drano down the drain to make sure there are no issues. I don't want to have a nosy plumber come out and then have to dispose of him too. Too much hassle for me. Then I need to clean the bathroom and dispose of the bodies. I don't think of them as human at this point. They're a means to an end. Only the ones like me are the ones who truly matter. When my victims died, they passed away during the happiest moments of their lives. It didn't go through life feeling less than. There is no painful aging process, no illness, nothing. It is relatively painless. Maybe it is a lie to make myself feel better. Every year this happens on my birthday, and I can't stop. I won't stop. There are so many things in life for me to enjoy and experience.
Grande non-fat no foam extra hot latte for Jessica, the barista called. No, not just any barista. It was Damien. Jessica committed his sweet name to memory weeks ago after glimpsing his name tag. She sauntered up to the counter, setting a smoldering look to ensnare him as he scanned the crowd for her. Their eyes locked, Her hand touched his for the briefest moments as she reached for her cup. Have a nice day," he said with a smirk. Jessica retreated to a table with her prize. One by one, she peeled her fingers from the cup, savoring the reveal. Only her name adorned the cup, scrawled over an indifferent water nymph. No additional digits. Jessica deflated. For weeks she'd been frequenting this shop. It seemed the cute barista she'd been batting her eyelashes at was playing hard to get. She was planning on going on the offensive when she noticed that a little heart dotted the I in her name. The game was afoot. She absently used a discarded newspaper as a coaster, and a ring of condensation framed a horoscope. The daily prognostication for Leo. Her horoscope. "Today is an exciting day for you, Leo, so get ready. Your perseverance is paying off. You just have to give it that final push. Your zest for life glows strong. Use this to your advantage. Tap into this energy and others will be drawn to you." Jessica beamed down at the paper. Damien toiled behind a veil of steam, his perfect sandy brown hair tossing about carelessly, the strength in his forearms on full display as he wiped counters and slung Java. He would be hers someday. The horoscope was a direct sign. She could feel the momentum of the universe hurtling them together. She leapt out of her chair, trying to make as much noise as possible, channeling whatever cosmic forces watched over their pairing. She waved and sang a lyrical goodbye to Damien as she exited the shop. When Damien wasn't there the next morning, Jessica almost didn't bother ordering. Still, she sat down at a table and waited in case he was on break. Once again, someone's left-behind newspaper was open to the horoscopes. Jessica sought guidance. "Leo, don't despair. What you've been searching for is just around the corner. Take stock of your surroundings, seek new faces for friendship and more. Strike out on your own, take chances, lay your hair down. It looks much better that way." Jessica pulled out the elastic and tossed her hair. It was a shame Damien wasn't around to see. No matter. She felt certain her destiny was spelled out in newsprint. She need only await the next issue. Even before entering the shop the following day, Jessica felt her soul tugging her forwards, seeking its mate. Sure enough, there he was. Amid the frothing milk was her, Damien. "So, how are you doing?" Jessica asked, making a point to lean over the counter. Fine. Hey, what's that supposed to be? Drunk octopus wants to fight?" Damien asked, pointing at her dangling necklace. Jessica snapped up and held the necklace for him to see. "No, it's my star sign. I'm a Leo. What are you?" Libra, I guess." A perfect match. But how could Jessica be surprised? She knew they were ideal complements of each other from the moment she laid eyes on him. "What a coincidence," Jessica drawled, taking comically long steps to a little bistro table. She twisted her head to maintain eye contact with Damien the entire time. Damien gave a nervous smile. She rested an elbow on the table and heard a crinkle. Once again, the horoscope section greeted her. Delighted by yet another serendipitous free paper, she searched for her reading. "Your fate is sealed today, Leo. Trust in yourself and cast aside your doubts. An opportunity to try something new will present itself. Be bold, Jessica. Meet me behind the shop in 15 minutes. That was oddly specific. Jessica's eyes widened and shot towards Damien. He busied behind the counter without a thought for her. She knew he was smooth, but to not even glance at the elaborate romantic gesture he had organized, that took a will of stone. She checked the time and waited. Jessica tried to savor the last moments of her old life. She tried to take a mental snapshot of her current gray existence so that she might appreciate her vibrant life with Damien all the more. With only minutes remaining until their rendezvous, Damien washed his hands and casually left through the double doors at the back. Jessica collected her things and made for the alley behind the shop. The glistening cobblestones and a fragrant, overflowing dumpster were not exactly Jessica's first choice of venue. It was private enough. A white delivery van spanned the alleyway, screening the sidewalk from view. She waited, and hearing the clink of bottles behind her, she spun around to embrace Damien. Instead of her soulmate, a pudgy man in glasses stumbled out from behind the dumpster. Yellowed stains under his armpits complemented the streaks of refuse covering his white dress shirt. He sweat profusely, having difficulty navigating through bags of garbage while keeping a hand behind his back. The man now stood between her and the parking lot. Jessica lowered her eyes and tried to veer around him.
"Jess, wait!"
the man implored, holding up a hand. Taken aback that he knew her name, Jessica stopped. The man continued.
"Please, just listen to me. I've seen it. Your birth, my birth. The heavens have preordained our union. I know you felt it. We're meant to be together."
Jessica backed away from the advancing man. She bumped into the side of the van and scanned for escape options.
"You obviously need help, but you're scaring me. You've got the wrong person." "Oh, silly. Of course I know you. You're my beautiful Leo who's been reading my newspapers, getting the papers fresh off the presses from work, and then arriving here early to place them on every table was no easy feat. Do you think I'd go to all that effort if I wasn't sure you were the one for me?"
Jessica opted to jump onto the hood of the van, but the man seized her arm. The pain from his grip melted away after feeling a pinch on her bicep.
"Get off me, you creep!"
Jessica yelled. Or at least, she thought she yelled. The last thing she heard as the world blurred to darkness was a sound of a van door closing.
What if I told you I was dead? Would you believe me? I stand here talking to you. I breathe, I eat, but it's all to keep the rot away. To keep my doctor and therapist happy. No? Of course not. Because we are told once we die, our bodies stop moving. The body will start to decay. But what if death didn't come for you? What if the soul is still in that body? Why couldn't I keep using it? Logic and science tells us that's not how this works. But I know that I am dead. This all started 3 weeks ago. I was walking down the street when something hit me in the back of my head. Everything went black after that. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The first thing I saw was a nurse. When she saw me open my eyes, she smiled. It was not a kind, warm smile. It was closer to a malicious one. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see her and that smile. The doctor came in shortly after I had opened my eyes. I had been hit in the back of the head. Still don't know what it was. The doctor went on to say I was lucky to be alive. I looked up at him, confused. I'm dead, though. My voice was very matter-of-fact. I could feel that I was no longer part of the living. The doctor just looked at me for a moment before the chart. He smiled, that kind of one you do to a kid when they're up to no good. He asked me if I was pulling his leg, and when I said no, he nodded. I could tell he didn't know how to deal with a corpse that was talking to him. With an excuse, the doctor left. I remember him saying something about tests. I spent the next 2 weeks in the hospital with tests, and since I had no one to watch over me, they didn't want to release me. I also had 3 square meals a day, and I was dead. I had nowhere to rush off to. The tests all pretty much came back normal, but I remember something was off about the MRI. This is when I met my therapist. She was not what I was expecting. She never once really pushed on me being dead but yet speaking, though we did talk about why I felt dead. I could feel my organs rotting in me. I could feel them almost stopping if I didn't eat enough food. We would talk each day, and she was kind. I found out I had a rare condition called Cotard syndrome, but better known as the walking corpse syndrome. Miss Therapist said with a smile that in time I would get better. Doubt was all I had. I know I'm dead. I can feel it, but I did trust her. So I ate and slept. They even got me a coffin to help me sleep better. So I write in the journal to help me gather my thoughts. But I thought I would write down my whole experience just in case death takes me and someone sees I really was a walking corpse. I put down my old journal. That had been so long ago. I had slowly come to grips with being alive once more. Every year on the day I died, I read this journal entry to remember how I felt all those years ago. Happy Death Day.
Back when I was in my early 20s, my best buddy, Lawrence, and I used to do a lot of urban exploration in places that were completely abandoned, run down, or just really, really old. Most of the places we went were just a shell of what they once were, but it was really fun to just check the buildings out and see what we could find, and what kind of tags were left behind. I know it sounds weird, but I've always had a bit of a thing for architectural photography, which included the buildings that were basically nothing more than a pile of detritus, and I was always willing to check out new spots and see what kind of pics I could get. The event that happened took place in, I believe, the summer of 2007. Lawrence and I had a few places that we wanted to check out that he had done some research on, and gotten info through other urbex enthusiasts. They were across a couple states, so we decided that we would split them up over a couple of months when we could get the time off work to go out to them. None of them were more than a few hours away, but, adult life and all that. The first one we went to was a bit creepy, but didn't have much to report other than being really run down. It is the second one that actually had the most going for it. For the sake of not giving away the exact location, I'm just going to make up a name for the place and call it Sunny Days Youth Camp. Now, Sunny Days Youth Camp was a religious summer camp type of place that was, at one time, pretty big. As the years had gone by, they had been wrapped up in a number of scandals and things that really shouldn't have been happening at a youth camp, especially a religious one, including one of their youth pastors walking out into the woods on a random day of the camp and deciding to end his life in a very gruesome manner. After that happened and became a pretty big deal locally, the people at the top decided that there wasn't much they could do to save face. So they locked the doors and basically abandoned the camp. And that's the backstory of the place. It was pretty messed up, and it had been empty for quite a while. And, as such, Lawrence and I had added it to be the second stop on our list that summer. When we got to the area, it looked pretty well abandoned. It was actually pretty hard to find as it was overgrown and barely marked. However, most of the front gate was still there, so you could tell that something was there at one time. Based on this information that we had, this was where Sunny Days was supposed to be, so we just went for it. We had to park at the gate because of the growth, but it wasn't too far of a walk to the actual building. The main building that was in the center was marked as the Counselor's Lodge, and it was pretty boring. It was mostly just an empty husk of what it once was. Fake log cabin-looking walls covered in old, faded posters, citing certain Bible verses, and of course the Code of Conduct. There wasn't much there. The second building we went to was one of the lodges for the kids, and that's where I started to feel uneasy. The room felt incredibly heavy, like the air was almost hard to breathe, and it was almost cold. And this was in the middle of the summer, sitting at a comfortable 85 degrees outside, but this building felt a lot colder. Like it was in the 50s or so. We walked around a bit, but within a short amount of time, I started feeling like I wanted to pass out. If you've ever passed out, you know that weird tunnel vision-like feeling you get, and how you struggle to focus on one thing at a time while your hearing goes hollow? Yeah, it was that. I told Lawrence that I needed to take a moment, and he came over to help me sit down, asking what was wrong. I told him that I felt faint, like I was going to pass out. He asked if it was just anxiety, and I told him that I didn't know. I was feeling fine until we got in here. He told me to go ahead and sit there until I got better, and I asked him to take my camera to get some shots for me. And he agreed, and I sat there and he kept walking on into the building, taking photo after photo. I honestly thought that I had sat there for almost half an hour. It felt like he was taking forever, but then he came back and told me that he had only been gone for about 3 minutes. I knew then that I wasn't doing well, because that 3 minutes felt like ages. What was worse, the second we stepped out of that building, I was feeling better. Like, the literal first step out of the building onto the dirt, I was feeling back to 100%. I asked him for my camera, so I could see the pictures that he took, and he handed it back. I remember scrolling through the shots, and I got to one that he took of me sitting on the bed in the front corner, and it was the creepiest thing. I looked pale and sickly, which made sense, but in the picture, you could see what looked like the outline of a man standing right behind me with his hand on my shoulder. He was completely black with no real features, but it was pretty clear that this was a humanoid shape that was touching me. I wish I still had these pictures, honestly, because they were terrifying, but this was 15 years ago and that camera's long gone, as well as my computer. But I digress. We looked over the shots and that was the only one that we saw anything weird in that building. We decided that we would check out the last building really quick and then call it a day. The last building was the quote-unquote activity center, and it was a bit away from the other two. Like, maybe a couple 100 feet. As we got close, once again, I started feeling like there was something severely wrong with this place. It just felt like it had this grossly negative presence that resided within it. Like something was there that had the most ill intentions possible. I mentioned to Lawrence that this building felt off too, and he said I could stay outside while he got the shots if I wanted. I thought about it, but I said that I would go in with him and just leave if it got to be too much. Well, as it is, neither of us actually went into the building. We opened the door, and we were hit with a blast of freezing air, and then the smell of sulfur. We both just stood by the entryway staring in, and I could tell that we were both debating and waiting for the other to go inside, or say something, but for several seconds neither of us did. I just aimed my camera and took a picture really quick. I swear, as soon as I hit the button and the flash went off, we both heard what sounded like a deep, guttural hissing sound. As soon as that happened, we noped out of there. We shut the door, and we decided that we were going to call it right then and there. I don't want to stretch the story too much longer than it has been, mostly because that's the core of what happened. But there was a bit more that actually took place afterwards. A few days after we got back home from the trip, Lawrence actually got really sick with flu-like symptoms, but worse than any flu that I've ever had. He had a really bad fever. He said he was in immense pain the entire time, and he couldn't keep down food or water. He said that while he struggled to sleep every time he would doze off, he kept having these weird dreams where he was being slaughtered, and they all took place at sunny days. It was like he was dreaming that he was in the activity building, and something there was attacking him, tearing his skin, cutting him, and he said that every single dream ended in him bleeding out and dying. I will say that this could have been coincidental, but I have heard of demons having residual effects on people that encounter them, and I have to say that I'm pretty certain that place was inhabited by some kind of demon. Lawrence did get better after a week or so, and thankfully the nightmares stopped as well. That said, we never went back to that place, nor have we told anyone where it is. I don't even know if the buildings are still there, but if they are, I hope that no one ever finds them. That place had a really bad history, and there are certainly some negative, and I would say demonic, energies that have attached to it. I'm glad that we got out mostly unscathed, but I'm also terrified about what could have happened if he had actually gone into that last building. Part of me is fairly certain that, had we gone in, that thing would have attached onto one of us. And that scares the hell out of me.
2 years, 4 months, and 2 seconds. That's how long it's been since the consumers took over. Consumers, the term many have come to call them. Those who arose against the grip of death. The first account of one, many scoffed off as a homeless on drugs. But after a while, when more reports came, including some who were high-standing citizens, is when the world took notice. It was either fight or flight as the consumer body count grew. Soon the world's living count dwindled, giving a way for the consumers to become the new kings of the food chain. With the world turned upside down thanks to this concept once thought only to be in fiction, survivors clung together, either with a few strays with their families or striving to form tight-knit communities. The remaining souls of humanity fought to live. However, the evil within humanity still dwells, and with that evil comes greed. A greed that went beyond just trying to survive. A thirst for control and more. Those who didn't cooperate or join had their lives taken and their properties stolen. Now survivors had to fight against not only consumers, but those rogues who wanted more. Yet this story is not one of how a large community fought back against a powerful army of rogues, or a lone family fighting against a horde of consumers. No. This story is one of a lone girl struggling to survive, and the unexpected encounters she will come to have. Amelia, a young teenage girl, snuck along the shadows. She dared not let anyone or anything hear her steps. From all the comics and books she read about those called ninjas, she trained herself carefully for days to learn their art of stealth. Now dressed in only dark attire and a hoodie, she snuck her way through the semi-deserted cities. 7 months to the day that she had lost her family when a group of rogues swarmed the small farm they and the second family had been occupying. In the ensuing chaos and a fire that consumed the farm, she overheard that someone from the second family had made a deal with the rogues, but it had backfired. Thanks to that person, her family and the others died in that fire. She had managed to escape into the woods, passing out between a thicket of branches. When she awoke the next day, she returned to the burnt-out remains of the farm, her crying slowly turning into anger. She hated what that person had done. With that, she travels alone, barely trusting anyone she comes across. That is why she keeps the shadows, for it is easier to be the company of darkness than to later have the light become shrouded in it. In her sneaking, she came to find herself in front of a large grocery store. In the time before the consumers, the store was very well known for its great affordable prices. Amelia checked the front doors, finding them still sturdy and unlocked. Still, she chose to sneak around the back, finding a small window she could fit through. She had done this enough times to never trust going in the front door. Once inside, she continued to sneak around, for she could never be too safe in case there were any consumers or maybe some rogues lurking inside. Seeing it was clear, for the most part, she swung her backpack in front of her, opening it. She went aisle by aisle, grabbing every essential item she could. She made sure most of them were still of value before collecting them.
Get out!
She froze. She turned around, finding nothing but the lonely darkness of the store. Was that creepy voice just in her head, she wondered?
Get out!
The voice was getting even more deeper and meaner. Amelia zipped her pack, flipping it back around. She bent down to hide herself in the shadows. She grabbed the knife strapped to her thigh and the small handgun she kept behind her back. She held them ready to face whoever was casting the voice.
Get out!
Amelia pressed her back against the shelf, her eyes zipping around. She couldn't see a damn thing. Then she felt the temperature in the room decrease. She couldn't believe how cold it had gotten.
Get out!
The voice continued. Where is that voice coming from? Amelia muttered to herself.
Get out!
Amelia then noticed something about the voice. It sounded almost static, just like someone speaking through an intercom. Her eyes lit up with alarm. She looked up at the speaker system in the store. Could someone have reactivated the speaker system to alert them of an intruder? If so, was there a wire tripped that she had missed? No, she checked everything when she came in. She was sure of that.
Get out!
Amelia stayed low. She cautiously made her way to the front of the store. She stayed close to the registers, peering her head around to see the front of the doors were secure. That meant no one had come in through the front. If there was a trap, surely it would have been activated from the front door.
Get out!
That time the voice sounded closer. Wait, how could it be closer? If it was coming through the speakers, shouldn't it sound like it was coming all over the building? Then why did it sound so close that Emily could look up at the person? Fear consumed her that once she looked up, there'd be a vile-looking person staring down at her. She gripped her weapons as tightly as she could with the resolve to fight back and win. She rolled out from behind the register and aimed her gun right for a kill shot, but froze. This time, it wasn't out of fear. No, this time was more out of shock. There at the microphone was a glowing orb about the size of a basketball. It hovered in place, bobbing up and down every few seconds. What? Amelia's voice left her. She didn't have the words to comprehend what she was seeing. This had to be a trick, but how could anyone pull off something like this? That's when the glowing orb did something again that she couldn't comprehend. In the flicker of the light, 2 small dot-like eyes appeared in its center. They blinked in a way much like one would do when stupefied. Amelia lowered her weapons. She rose up slowly, tilted her head curiously at the orb. "What are you?" she muttered. That is when a small tube-like appendage materialized before her eyes, ending in a small little hand. It pointed a finger at her, then itself.
Wait,
It spoke.
you can see me?
Amelia nodded as she put her knife and gun away. The orb's eyes widened.
Like, really? You can see me?
Yes, Amelia replied. What are you? Don't tell me you're a real living-in-the-flesh ghost.
Well,
Another arm appendage popped out from the orb on the other side. It crossed its 2 arms, though they were more like fused together.
I'm not in the living flesh, but yes, I'm what you would call a ghost.
Wow. Amelia was a loss for words. The orb floated over to her, hovering around her in circles.
You know, I'm surprised you're not even more shocked than that.
Then a small tisk echoed from it.
Then again, from the way the world has become, I can see why not.
Yeah, from actually seeing zombies, something only thought of in fiction, seeing a ghost isn't too surprising anymore. Amelia chuckled. So, how did you die?
Wow.
The orb said.
Don't even ask my name, just straight up to how I die, huh?
Oh, sorry. The orb held up its arms while shaking its orb-like body.
Look, I know life went to shit, but remember your manners.
Hey, aren't you being kinda rude? Amelia said.
Says the person who didn't introduce themselves.
Sorry, I didn't think me and a ghost required a formal greeting. The two glared at one another, Amelia's teeth gritting in anger. The orb backed off, hovering away a few inches.
Anyway, the name's Trevor.
The orb turned back, holding out a hand to Amelia.
Now your name.
Amelia sighed. I'm Amelia. Nice to meet ya. She reached out to touch his hand, but it just fell through. Trevor shook himself.
I'm a ghost, remember? Solids go right through me. One of the only things from being alive that continues on in the afterlife. Ha!
A small chuckle left Trevor. Amelia cringes with a false smile at that sad attempt of a joke. God, she said, did your jokes die too?
Hey, that's a good one.
Trevor shouted. He sighed.
Anyway, what did you come here for? Most of the food here is expired, save for that stuff with preservatives.
I didn't really come here for food, just to grab stuff for first aid and other stuff.
Ah, I see. Women's stuff. Well, that's on aisle 9.
What the hell? Amelia shouted.
Sorry, force of habit. I mean, I did used to work here before everything went to shit.
You did? Amelia asked. Did those things rush in here and kill you?
Actually, no.
Trevor said.
I died when grabbing a box in the back. I tripped on a ladder and it came tumbling down.
He stared off towards the door that led to the back room.
Those sharp edges. People don't think they do much damage, but if they get you right on your head, then bam.
Amelia's jaw hung open. Trevor noticed and nodded to himself.
I know, crazy, right?
He sighed.
After what felt like a big push, I woke up to see a sight only in movies. I couldn't believe it. People attacking one another, the dead rising again. The entire store was in chaos.
So you saw it unfurl from the beginning? Amelia tilted her head. Trevor's two dotted eyes fell to her.
Yeah. After that, people started gathering whatever they could find and killing those reviving dead.
I guess your body is gone? Amelia asked.
Oh, no. I managed to seal off my body in the back.
Trevor pointed a finger in the direction of the back. Wait, you saved your former body? Why? Amelia asked.
I don't know why, to be honest. When I saw the others being killed, I rushed towards mine and sealed off the doors.
Trevor stared off to the back rooms.
I still question why I did that to my body. I guess maybe since I became this way, I wanted something to remind me of my humanity.
Walking flesh-devouring corpse, is that? Amelia asked. Trevor shrugged.
Yeah, that's what my body is. Though when I go watch myself, my body mostly just shambles back and forth. I think without living flesh around, they just become docile.
Amelia turned to the direction of the back rooms. Yes, it was sealed away, but knowing that one of those consumers were in here sent a shiver up her spine. Trevor floated towards her.
So, how long have you been by yourself?
He asked. Amelia snapped out of her fear. She smiled warily. Been almost 7 months, she replied.
Did a group of them?
Trevor asked. Amelia shook her head. No, it's something much more familiar. Trevor noticed the glint of sadness in her eyes.
Sad that the world became like this. You'd think humanity would work together, but we just fell further down into evil.
Trevor shook himself.
I guess the nature of humanity will never change.
Amelia smirked. Yeah, still, it's not so bad. There are a few out there trying to make things work.
Why haven't you joined any group then?
Trevor asked. Amelia looked away, her eyes narrowing. I guess you can say I have trust issues.
Ah, I can understand that.
Suddenly voices came from beyond the front door. Trevor and Amelia lowered themselves to the ground, peeking out from a corner. 6 silhouettes appeared outside the door. The voices of men jumbling together in a way that seemed to reflect they were holding a conversation. One of the 6 silhouettes that appeared to be much larger than the others turned to face the door. With the wary voices of 2 of the others, the bigger silhouette kicked in the door. Amelia and Trevor were shocked at the size of the men who stepped inside. A large brute with scars all over his arm and left side of his face. He scanned around, searching the entire front of the store. The other 5 men followed behind him. He turned around, ordering one of the men to secure the door and stand guard. He ordered his other 4 men to search the store for anything valuable. Amelia snuck into one of the aisles as they made their way towards her. Trevor stood quiet, watching the men stalk the store. They ravaged the aisles, knocking things over as they tried to find anything of value. 2 of the men sniffed long-expired meat, gagging at the smell. They tossed all the expired food to the ground. One of them cursed loudly that they will never find anything. Amelia had to make her way to the room she entered from. If she could make it in there before they found her, that she'd have a chance. She checked the corners, still seeing the brute and the other 2 men checking the aisles one by one. Once they rounded a corner, she made her move. However, in her move, she got too close to the shelves, allowing her bag to get in one of the shelves' edges. In minutes, tons of cans fell to the ground, causing a clatter. She cursed at herself for such a move. The men all shouted, "What was that?" running in her direction. As she rushed, one of the men stepped in her way, shouting at her. He swung his rifle at her, hoping to hit her with the butt end. But she dodged that swing, kicking the man right in his right knee. The man shouted in pain as he tumbled to the ground. The brute ordered his men to capture Emily. 2 of them managed to catch her off guard, knocking her to the ground. She struggled and squirmed to get free of their grip. The brute came forward and grabbed her face. He looked her up and down while making certain eyes at her. She knew those eyes. She even knew the sound of those snickers from the other men. She gritted her teeth, nearly to the point of chipping them. The brute smirked, ordering his men to find a place to have fun with her. The man with a busted knee snarled and cursed at Amelia, holding up a knife at her. They dragged her to a table located in the middle of the store that must have been used for free samples. The men all laughed and snickered while they cleared off the table. 2 of the men held Amelia down, getting her ready for the excitement they were wishing for. The brute came forward, taking off his jacket, telling the men they'll get the seconds once he's done. Then came a sound that made all of them, including Amelia, stare at the front in dread. The man that was ordered to guard the door stood out, firing off his guns in a crazed manner. The brute shouted out curses at the man. Once all the ammo had been spent, the man dropped his guns. He took a step back, shaking his head as if he had been dazed. He turned back to the brute and the others with a confused expression. That is when the confused, dazed man was tackled to the ground by the 5 consumers. The man cried out for help, but his voice was drowned by his own blood. Soon more consumers made their way inside the store. The brute ordered his men to barricade themselves and fight back. Amelia felt relief when they left her to focus on the consumers. She jumped off the table, watching more and more consumers enter, rushing towards the men. One by one, they fell to those consumers' desires. The brute killed off 5 consumers, then fired off a gun, killing another before he soon fell as well. Amelia wondered how long it would be until she was attacked. But Trevor's voice called her to the back. She ran towards his voice and watched as the shelves toppled in front of the door. The consumers pounded on the doors, but thanks to the heavy shelves, could not make it in. Amelia released a sigh of relief. She watched as Trevor materialized in front of her.
"Oh, thank God I got to you in time,"
he said. "Trevor," she cried. "Thanks for that."
"Sorry I didn't think anything sooner, but I kind of just rushed it. I should have just possessed one of them when they entered, but I thought they would leave."
"Hey, better late than never, right?" Amelia replied. Trevor floated over to a nearby weapon, opening it. He peeked inside and then gave the all-clear signal. After stacking some boxes on top of each other, she climbed out. Trevor appeared outside with her, his 2 dot-like eyes staring at the store. He wondered how long it would take for the consumers to leave, but figured they would most likely stay. He sighed.
"So,"
he asked,
"what are you going to do next?"
Amelia checked her bag. She swung it back around. "Well, I'm going to leave here before any more consumers arrive for a starter. But after that, I'm going to go back to do what I do."
That is...
Trevor asked. Surviving.
I see.
What about you, Trevor? She asked. You're not bound here like they say about most ghosts.
Well, no. I once left before. But that was just down the street. To be honest, I'm not sure why. I might stay. I still want to keep an eye out on my better half.
That is when something sparked in Amelia's head after witnessing what Trevor did to help her. No, even before then she wondered about it. Hey Trevor, she said. If you could possess a body, why did you not try it on yourself? Trevor blinked. Amelia felt like she asked a question to something that never crossed his mind. Trevor? She asked again. Trevor bobbed up and down before flipping himself backwards.
Son of a bitch!
Today is a special day. Oh, I'm so excited. I've been waiting all year for this. My 13th birthday. Finally! You see, for me, this isn't just another birthday party. For me, this is the day I join the family business. Yes, finally, it's my time now. I run downstairs excitedly to see Mom and Dad already with presents and cake.
Happy birthday, Alice.
Yay, that's right, it's my birthday. Happy 13th birthday, sweetheart.
I hope you're ready to take on the family business. It's a lot of work, but you'll get the hang of it, kiddo.
Thank you. Now can I open my presents?
Sure thing, kiddo. Start with this one. I think you'll like it.
Daddy handed me the first present on the table. It was quite small, but still kinda heavy. As I tore the wrapping paper, my eyes widened at the reveal. A mini chainsaw!
Yes, your very first one. I figured if you're going to carry a weapon around, you should get one that's for your size. Don't worry, it already has gas.
I love it. Thank you, Daddy. Now for the next one. Mommy handed me the flat present off the table. As I unwrapped it, I realized it was a small black leather apron. Oh, wow! A butcher's apron!
Not just any butcher apron, Alice. This was mine originally, given to me by my father when I was your age. Granted, I started doing the family business at a much earlier age, but I think you'll get the hang of it. Just requires having the right tools.
Speaking of which, here you go, sweetie. Mommy handed me a face shield helmet that was just my size. She helped strap it on my small melon head. There we go, sweetie.
Oh, she looks adorable.
Is there anything else, or should we cut the cake now?
Actually, there is something else. One last present, you might say. And yes, cutting will be involved as well.
Daddy soon wheeled in our nosy neighbor, Mr. Wallace. He was tied down to a wheelchair and had a dirty gag in his mouth. He was always sticking his nose into our family's business and never liked me playing around the block. Now, he was attending my birthday party. How nice of him.
Your last present, sweetie. Mr. Wallace, your very first victim.
My first victim? Yay! Oh my goodness, yay! We're so glad you could make it to our daughter's birthday, Mr. Wallace. Today is a special day. On her 13th birthday, Alice and other youngsters in our family line joined the family business. The family business of serial killers. That's right, you're my first victim, you old meanie. Hey, Dad, can I use the saw on him? Please, Dad, please.
Sure thing, hun. Gotta pull the cord a few times to start her up.
I pulled the cord several times to get it started, and boy, I loved the sound of it on. More importantly, I loved how nervous Mr. Wallace was getting seeing me with my new present. It was nice knowing you, Mr. Wallace, but I gotta kill you now so we can cut the cake. Oh, cut me a piece, Mommy. Now, to finally cut into you, Mr. Wallace. I soon cut into him, giggling excitedly as his body twitched and moved in funny ways as my saw dug deeper into his flesh. Blood spraying out and hitting the shield of my face helmet, so red, so pretty. Oh, Mr. Wallace, you can scream all you want, but it's my party and you'll die if I want you to.
Several years ago, for my 31st birthday party, we decorated the basement of our first home, an old craftsman in the Queen Anne area of Seattle. Wall to wall, this place was covered in streamers and the floor littered with balloons and confetti. Needless to say, cleaning up the next day was quite a process. While my partner was at work, I took our 2-year-old son downstairs with me so I could clean. Procrastinating, I found myself playing on the floor with him and the balloons, tossing one back and forth. Eventually, I had to pee, so I brought him in front of the bathroom door, surrounded by balloons, to keep an eye on him. He's sitting on the floor, playing with the balloons in front of him. I've got his side profile as he faces towards the east wall. I see him looking forward and reaching his hands out and up, like he's reaching for something above him. It is an innocent enough move, but what follows is strange. As he has his arms above his head, I watch a balloon slowly, yet deliberately, float into his hands. He makes an excited squeal, holding the balloon, shaking it. At first, seeing it float into his hands just confused me. I wasn't thinking of it as being scary. Then I watch my son toss the balloon gently forward. Leaving the bathroom, I see that the balloon is motionless, levitating above the ground. Moments later, it then floats to the ground. But in a matter of seconds, the very same balloon, amongst other completely still balloons on the floor, it rises back into the air, drifts in an arch, letting itself be captured once again by my son's extended arms. And that scared me a little. My son is about to throw it when I watch the balloon levitate out of his grip and into the air. It doesn't float around or float away. It's just levitating in the middle of the room again, and then tossed up and stops mid-air again. It stays there long enough for me to go run and turn the computer on. As I do, it slowly releases back down in front of my son. I know none of the balloons are filled with helium. I blew them up myself. And I know this basement doesn't have circulating air running through it. It couldn't move these balloons around. And again, there's around 30 other identical balloons peacefully lying on the floor, not doing this. Rationalizing things with myself, I couldn't help the goosebumps that were ever present as I began mentally ruling out what it couldn't be. Unfortunately, it didn't bring me any closer to what it could be. With no answers, I just watched the balloon do this with my son over and over, like they were playing together. At one point, I got fed up at not being able to figure it out, enough for me to walk over and snatch the balloon out of the air. Holding it, I I examined every inch of the balloon. I felt around for any sort of wind. My investigation presented no new evidence as to how this could be happening. So, with the computer now on, I turned the web camera attached to it on, and I hit record. After, I set the balloon back down in front of my son and just watch it. I figured if this was going to keep happening, I at least wanted to show my partner. Of course, now it's no longer putting on a show. It's just sitting where I left it. My son reaches towards it, and it remains still. Eventually, I force myself to stop staring at this balloon and decide to start doing some actual cleaning. Moments after I turn away, it pops. This sends my son into tears, and it launches me into the fastest retrieval and escape with my child that I've ever done. I skipped steps running up those stairs with him in my arms, slamming and locking the basement door. While waiting for my partner, I heard a total of 3 more balloons pop. All I could think was, thank God I'm recording this. When my partner got home that evening, I told him everything that happened, and I told him he needed to go downstairs because the computer was probably still recording. When he came back, though, he said that it didn't appear to have recorded anything at all. In fact, he said he couldn't get it to work at all. We tried multiple experiments with different balloons, attempting to recreate that balloon's levitation, but nothing yielded the desired results. Through me insisting, we moved some of the balloons to a different room upstairs while keeping the rest downstairs. Occasionally, for the next 2 days, we heard the popping, but only from the balloons that remained in the basement. All the ones upstairs were fine. We exhausted our experiments, and really, there wasn't much else to do except for let it go. We lived there for 4 years. It took me a while to get really used to the basement, to use it again. Truthfully, I never really enjoyed the feeling of the home in general after that. About a year later, we officially decided that the house was haunted. At the very least, the basement was haunted. And for whatever reason, it seemed to be that way on birthdays or celebrations. The night of our son's 3rd birthday, my husband found him downstairs in the middle of the night, talking to someone. But yeah, that's a story for another time.
I bought a glass eye off the dark web. I can now see things. I see things no human being should ever see. Written by Rob Byford. I lost my left eye when I was only 7 years old. It was a stupid way to lose an eye, but luckily, most people tend not to ask how I lost it. I think the majority worry it might be insensitive. It's not a story I like to tell, not because it's upsetting or brings back bad memories. I just feel embarrassed by it. Growing up, my brother and I were obsessed with Robin Hood, the outlaw of Sherwood Forest, who would take from the rich and give to the poor. I'm not going to pretend this heroic savior of the poor was our hero because of his good deeds. We simply liked him because of his legendary skill with a bow and arrow. Our father, a keen gardener, had lots of bamboo sticks all piled up beside the shed, which he would tie plants to, in order to stop them from drooping when they grew. It was my brother's idea to take one and attach a length of string to both ends to create a bow. I thought he was an absolute genius, and when we had finished making the bow, we made an arrow. simply by using a handsaw to carve a small groove into one end of an arrow-sized piece of bamboo, which would act as a nest for the string to sit. "I'm first," my brother said. "No," I cried. "It was my idea, so I get to shoot first." And that was that. At one end of the garden, there was a little wall which surrounded one of my father's flower patches. Upon the wall, we placed an empty plastic bottle to be used as our target. My brother, of course, then took the first turn, missing wildly and falling far short of the bottle on the wall. Next, it was my go, and I also missed. It took about an hour before we had both knocked the bottle off the wall once. "Right, now you stand in the middle, and I'll shoot over your head at the target." Another genius idea by my brother. I didn't argue. I thought it was a cool thing to do, and if it did, then my brother would have to let me have a go shooting over him. I don't believe he meant to do it. It was just a careless accident, but the arrow never made it past my body. It struck me hard and deep in my left eye. Straight away, blood poured down my cheek and I screamed in agony. I spent a couple of days in the hospital before the doctors decided that they would have to remove what was left of my left eye. And until I was 12, I wore an eye patch. But when I moved into secondary school, I decided to get my first glass eye to try and put an end to the pirate jokes. It might sound weird, but I loved my glass eye, and by the time that I was 16 and leaving school, I had collected dozens, all different colors and designs. My missing eye stopped being something that I tried to hide and in a strange way became my kind of signature. Kids would say, "Have you seen the boy with a spiral in his eye?" Or, "Have you seen the lad with an eye like a cat?" I enjoyed this. It allowed me to embrace my injury and make it a part of my identity. I carried on collecting glass eyes for many years, always on the lookout for new designs or something different to what I already had. And when I was 25, I discovered the dark web. A friend from my Dungeons and Dragons club told me about he had used to buy some sort of hallucinogenic. I didn't plan on using the dark web for anything like that. I was just intrigued by the idea of it. And once I was on, I started looking for stores. It was amazing and disgusting. People selling guns, drugs, services, and even other people. It made me feel a little bit ill, knowing that I was now part of this strange illicit world. I went on to one store page, which called itself Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble, which was the first store that I had come across which had a search bar. So I thought, hell, let's see if they have any. I typed in the words, glass eye. I didn't expect anything to come up, and I was rather surprised when a match popped up on my screen. The item was called the Sight of Sin, which was simply a black eye with a small red number 7 on it. It pulled at my fancy, so I decided to buy it. I didn't truly expect it to show up. But 1 week later, a package arrived, and there it was. As customary with all my new eyes, I washed the eye in a solution to make sure it was clean. When washed, I put it in a case with the rest of my eyes and went back to watching television. The next morning when I woke up, I thought that I'd test out the new eye to see if it was a good fit, to check how comfortable it was. It went in with ease and felt absolutely perfect, so I decided to leave it in for the rest of the day. Nothing strange happened at first. It was just my usual daily routine of having breakfast and doing some work on my laptop. But then, the doorbell rang. As I opened the door, I immediately knew something wasn't right. I had double vision all of a sudden. There was only one man standing on my front doorstep trying to sell me some solar panels. But I could see him twice. One image of him was completely ordinary. Just the bloke dressed up in a suit, holding a brochure and telling me about how he can save me money on my electricity bill. But the other image, well, it was him, but dressed up in a gimp suit, cracking a whip against the floor lustfully. I don't think I said a word to him. I just stared transfixed by what I was seeing. Eventually, I closed the door and stood there for a moment, trying to understand what had just happened. I passed it off at that time as just my mind playing tricks on me, and that I must be overtired. So I decided to have a nap. I was woken by a telephone call from my father asking if I was still coming to his house for dinner. I looked at the time and realized that I was running late, so I grabbed my coat and flew out the door. On my way to my father's house, which is just a 10-minute walk down the road from mine, I walked past just one person, a lady, walking her dog. But again, I was seeing double. In one image, she was completely ordinary. Apart from being overweight, she was wearing a pink coat, and beside her, a dog trotted along minding its own business. But in another part of my vision, I could see her again, completely naked, eating tinned dog food with a fork. Jellied meat dripped down onto her breast, which she licked ravenously. I was almost sick. I thought about just going home and going back to bed, still trying to convince myself that I was simply tired from working. But my father missed not having me at home, and I didn't want to let him down. Though now, I wish I did. Now, what happened next won't make much sense unless I explain something. When I was 2 years old, my mother died. I say died. She was killed whilst walking home from work one night on this very estate. Nobody has ever been caught in relation to her murder. But now, I know exactly who took my mother from me. My father opened the door with a large grin on his face. "Come in, son," he said cheerily, but I did not move. Besides the image of my father standing in the doorway, was another vision of him holding a knife and laying beneath him on the floor was my mother, soaked in blood, eyes vacant and still. I took a step back from my father and did not stop running until I had reached the front door of my house. Straight away, I went onto the dark web and searched for Mr. Bubble's store. But it had gone. Vanished, like it had never been there. I didn't leave my house for a few days. I didn't answer the door. I didn't even pick up the phone. What I did was sit by the window, looking out onto the street, watching the people walking past. I think I know what I'm seeing now. It makes a little sense, but it's the only thing that I can think of which almost explains what I'm seeing. Firstly, when I remove the glass eye, I no longer see two images of everyone. I only see one, just like I always have. But when the eye is in, I see two visions of every person I look at in the flesh. Secondly, I think I know what I'm seeing. I am seeing their sins. I know that sounds utterly mad, but it's the only thing all this seems to point to. The name of the glass eye, the red number 7, the grotesque and disturbing images I see. I believe it's their sins that I am seeing with my new eye. I see the true hideous nature of people, the part of themselves they hide from everyone else. I know I could just take the eye out and forget about it. But I just can't bring myself to do this. I can't trust anybody without it. I can't see the real them. But seeing people's darkest secrets also leaves me alone. For once you see the hidden nature of someone, you never want to be close to them again. Many questions remain. Why does this eye allow me to see these things? Who made it? How did it end up in the dark web? I need to know the answer to these questions. So please, if anyone out there has any information on the eye, or if anyone else ever came across Mr. Bubble's Objects of Trouble store, then please get in touch. Please.
The sleeping mind fascinates me, namely the nighttime hallucinations we call dreams. Because of this, I keep a journal to record every thought that passes through my brain at night. I set at least one alarm each day so that I'm able to wake up during REM cycles and recall my grandest dreams. Sometimes I fall back asleep, but for the most part, I keep up with it. It's been an enlightening experience. And so far, I've filled a dozen notebooks with my nightly adventures. In addition to cataloging my dreams, I study the phenomenon. I've dissected every sleep guide at my disposal and watched countless documentaries. I even took an elective back in high school called Nocturnal Fantasies. Though it only lasted a semester, not enough students shared my affinity for the topic. In other words, most of my waking life is consumed by sleep, in one form or another. Craving more knowledge on the subject, I recently pursued my town library's massive local authors section. I was hoping to find a book on dreams I hadn't read, as this was one part of the library I had yet to set foot in. It was a long shot, but one I was willing to take in the name of research. After fishing through a plethora of self-published romance novels, I happened across one fiction title that caught my eye. Sleep Tactics, Exercises for a Mind at Rest, written by Jack Grovewood. The blurb on the back was vague and reminiscent of a self-help book with quotes like, "Learn the secrets to a good night's rest," and "Feed your mind's insatiable appetite for better understanding." Not a book on dreams per se, but it did pique my interest. Delving into the book at home, I found it to be more up my alley than I previously expected. It was filled with chapters pertaining to lucid dreaming, meditation, and even sleepwalking. I was already familiar with most of the content, but it turned out to be an enjoyable read. It wasn't until the last chapter, though, that I was caught completely off guard. I will outline most of it below. Chapter 16, How to Exit Your Body. Disclaimer, this is not an OBE, or out-of-body experience. As stated in Chapter 8, Out of Body, Out of Bed, I do believe in OBEs, but I find that they're just another form of dreaming. What I'm about to divulge to you is something completely different. It's neither an OBE nor any other dream state. This is a way to truly exit your body using sleep paralysis as the catalyst. Before I discuss specifics, I'd like to go over a few prerequisites. To pull this off, you must be proficient at lucid dreaming. What I mean by this is that you need to have lucid dreams regularly and retain lucidity for long periods of times in these dreams. It also helps if you're able to manipulate your dream environment with ease. If you only lucid dream on occasion, you'll have to train your mind to do so more often. See Chapter 6, Becoming a Lucid Lucy. If you, however,
are unable to lucid dream, then this technique is not for you. It's nothing personal. You simply lack the tools needed for departure. Another requirement is sleep paralysis. Most of us have experienced this at one time or another, but it will help immensely if you experience it on a regular basis. Coupled with lucidity and a focused mind, sleep paralysis is the only way out of your own skin, so to speak. That's all you need in the way of mental capabilities, more or less. It's an added bonus if you've had an OBE or wake-initiated lucid dream. Now on to the fun part. I'm going to lay this out in a step-by-step fashion, followed by a more detailed explanation of what to expect upon achieving your first departure. Keep in mind that results may vary. Step 1. Fall asleep on your back in a slanted position. It could be a recliner or a car seat, but your body must be diagonal relative to the ground level. That's the only way I've ever been able to get this to work. For one reason or another, gravity plays a role. Step 2. Attain sleep paralysis. This is more of a waiting game than a step, as it's not entirely possible to execute at will. When it does happen, lucidity is key. You must be aware that you're in a state of sleep paralysis and be unafraid of your lack of mobility. This is one of the ways being a lucid dreamer comes in handy. Step 3. Once paralyzed, attempt to move your legs. If you're in the proper position, at least one of them should be mobile. If you can't move either leg, then you'll have to restart and experiment by tilting your seat in a different position. Step 4. Upon freeing one or more of your legs, attempt to free your arms. They will feel incredibly stiff, and you shouldn't be able to move them, try as you might. You should then feel a sharp sting in your head. Don't be alarmed. You're not having an aneurysm. This is completely normal and is necessary to make your exit. Step 5. As difficult and strenuous as it may be, keep trying to free your arms. As you do this, attempt to move the rest of your body as well. Put everything you have into fighting the paralysis. Just don't fall back asleep. Step 6. As you wrestle with your mind and body, the stinging sensation in your brain is going to grow. It won't be painful, but it will cause you great discomfort. Let it happen. As the sensation builds, you'll start to feel yourself drift away from your body. Don't fight it. Your mind is like a rubber band and will want to bounce back from where it is being stretched. Don't let it. Follow the flow of departure. If you still your mind's focus and follow these instructions to a T, you will have successfully exited your earthly meat sack and unlocked a marvel of the mind that has only begun to be understood. And that's the gist of it. The author went on to say that the world you find yourself in upon departure will harbor some differences to the one you started in. It'll appear similar in almost every way, but will be completely void of any life forms. On top of that, nothing will budge. Everything will remain in its place as still as it can be. After revealing the delicate process of re-entering one's body, the author ended the chapter with an eerie warning. Whatever you do, don't go near the water. I was dumbfounded. The entire book up to that point was factual, but that last chapter seemed like something out of a science fiction novel. It certainly made for good entertainment, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why have such an out-of-place pseudoscience chapter in an otherwise reputable book? It just didn't make any sense. About a week passed before I thought about the book again. It was almost time to return it to the library, so I decided to reread its final chapter. As absurd as it seemed, I teetered between laughing it off once and for all and actually giving it a shot. I did meet all of the requirements, and it would amuse me to some small extent. I could, at the very least, say that I tried it for myself, if for no other reason than to prove it was a load of crap. After weighing the pros and cons, I ended up giving in to my curiosity. I knew it wasn't going to work, but it would be a fun little experiment if nothing else. Besides, was there really anything better for me to do during an episode of sleep paralysis? The only minor nuisance was that I'd have to sleep on one of my recliners instead of the comfort of my king-size Serta mattress. A small price to pay for the sake of scientific discovery. On the night in question, I wound up having 3 episodes of sleep paralysis. During the first, I was far too groggy. I completely forgot about the book and quickly fell back asleep. The second one lasted a bit longer, and I was able to remember the steps outlined in the last chapter. I could just barely move one of my legs, and upon trying my arms, I did feel a small but noticeable discomfort in my head. I wondered for a split second if the author was onto something, and that made me a bit excited. Because of this, I jolted awake. Reflecting on the incident, I became intrigued. I still didn't believe that I could exit my body, but I knew something was going on. I decided to tilt the recliner back a bit and try again. This time I would have better control. The next episode came pretty quick. I hadn't fallen asleep yet, but my body was getting ready to. This is it, I thought. I allowed the paralysis to fully set in before attempting anything. It was difficult not to fall asleep, but I managed. This time around, I was able to gain full control over my left leg. I moved it back and forth a few times before trying to free my arms. True to the method, they wouldn't budge, and I felt oddly stiff, more so than usual. This is when the familiar sting set in. It jarred me, but I kept going. The more I tried to move my arms, the greater the sting grew. Believe it or not, as I continued, I did in fact feel myself drifting away from my body. I tried to keep it up, but my nerves got the best of me. I lost all control for just a moment and was sucked right back into my body, immediately waking up in the process. This experience startled the hell out of me. It was beginning to seem more and more likely that the last chapter of Jack Grovewood's book was somehow accurate. My curiosity became aroused to such an extent that I felt the overwhelming need to tell somebody about it. Luckily, I knew just the person. My buddy Josh is a character. He believes in a lot of what I don't. This causes us to butt heads on a lot of topics. In simple terms, I'm a skeptic and he's a believer. One thing we can agree on, however, is our love for dreams. He's the only person I can talk to at length about the subject. He also happens to meet the requirements listed in the book. I was hoping he would join me for a sleep session and help me get to the bottom of what was going on. I called Josh up and told him everything. He was ecstatic and agreed to meet me at my place the following night for departure. In his mind, this was going to go off without a hitch. I wasn't completely sold on it yet. I was just happy to have someone else to tag along for the ride. Fast forward to the following night. We hung out for a bit and I showed Josh the book. His eyes grew wide upon reading the final chapter, and he couldn't wait to try it out himself. I told him not to get his hopes up, but it was clear to me that they already were. Ready as ever, we laid down at opposite ends of the living room on my 2 recliners. Josh cracked a joke about how this was the first night we'd be sleeping together. I threw a pillow at him, and then we were off. Shut-Eye was just around the corner. This was when things took a turn for the bizarre. I didn't have an episode of sleep paralysis right away, but I did end up waking a few hours into my nap. I noticed that Josh was fast asleep in the recliner across the room. Needing to empty my bladder, I walked past him to get to the bathroom, tripping over his legs in the process. I met the floor with a thud and turned around to see if Josh had awoken. To my surprise, he hadn't. I knew he was a heavy sleeper, but he should have woken up, given the commotion. Becoming worried, I called out his name. No reaction. I tried shaking him. Nothing. I grabbed a wrist and checked his pulse. It was there, but it was weak. This was when I panicked. I ran to my room, grabbed my phone, and scrambled to hit the call button. Just as I was about to dial 911, I heard a loud gasp from the next room, like a diver coming up for air. I ran out there as fast as I could, and to my delight, Josh was awake. He looked up at me with wide eyes and said, "Dude, it actually worked." I was flabbergasted. Though Josh was an over-enthusiastic believer and downright stubborn at times, he was no liar. I asked him more than once if he was sure it wasn't a dream, and he insisted that he was absolutely certain. Between his firm conviction and weak pulse just moments before, I had no choice but to believe him. It seemed that the book was legitimate after all. We spent the next couple of hours talking about it. After leaving his body, Josh found himself in my living room, but it was noticeably inanimate. Everything was perfectly still, not even a speck of dust floating through the air. Josh also noticed that his body was translucent, a milky white outline of its form or shape. He attempted to open the door to my house, but the knob wouldn't turn and the door wouldn't budge. It took him a while to realize this, but he found his new form allowed him to phase through walls. Josh went on to tell me that the world outside was very different from ours. He said it was like having the contrast dialed up on a picture. That and the static nature of everything made it feel like being trapped in a photograph. I tried to imagine it, but I knew I needed to see it for myself. We made plans to go back to sleep and enter the world together. Despite my excitement, I was able to make my first successful departure that night. Josh was waiting in the room for me, next to his sleeping body. Seeing ourselves like that was fascinating in and of itself, but I wanted more than anything to see the world outside, a world where adventure and discovery awaited us. For a few weeks, Josh slept over my house and we explored the new world. We would camp there for what seemed like days at a time. It was fun and downright addicting. Curiosity was what kept us going. We wanted to know more and more about the odd realm we had discovered. Here are just a few of the things we learned during our excursions. The lighting is fixed. It always looks to be about noon based on the objects and the buildings at eye level. However, the sky is black and filled with stars. It's a strange dissonance I can't quite put into words. It's impossible to phase through older buildings. Not sure why. There are no life forms, just as the book stated, not even animals or insects. Sound is bathed in a slight echo. It's always noticeable when Josh and I talk. It's possible to fall asleep there, but you won't dream. If you travel too far from your body, you'll hit an invisible wall and be unable to go any further. Time doesn't pass in the real world while you're departed. After about a month of successful departures, things changed. The more we explored, the more uncomfortable I felt. It always seemed like something was watching us, even though there was no one around. Josh was the opposite. Our late-night adventures were becoming so routine for him that he was becoming bored. He kept talking about the water and how he wanted to get a closer look at the pond near the main road. I reminded Josh of the author's warning, but it didn't seem to faze him. Eventually, his curiosity got the best of him. One night, upon leaving my body, Josh was nowhere to be found. I thought that maybe he hadn't departed yet, but up to that point, he had always beat me to the punch. This can only mean one thing. I phased through the walls of my home and raced to the nearby pond. Josh was there, standing at the end of the dock that locals use for fishing in the real world. I yelled out to him, "Josh, what are you doing?" "It's fine, see? There's nothing to be scared of. It's just water." I watched as Josh reached down and touched the surface of the pond. It rippled. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The water should not have reacted. We'd been there for weeks and hadn't seen a single thing move. Even the air was still. Perplexed, I began walking out towards Josh. He lifted his hands up. just as awestruck as I was. As he pulled his arm back, the ripple expanded. With it, a small portion of the water turned dark. After a few moments, something reached out from the blackness. It was a hand. An actual hand. It reached up and grabbed Josh's leg, yanking him downward. He went feet first into the water, holding on to the dock for dear life. As he screamed, I ran toward him. Before I could even get halfway to his position, I watched him disappear into the water. I ran the rest of the way, but the darkness had faded and returned to normal. My best friend was gone. In a state of fear-induced panic, I ran away. I wanted to save Josh, but I didn't know how. Plus, I felt that if I re-entered my body, perhaps I'd find him awake in the real world. It was wishful thinking, but it was all I had. That wishful thinking fell flat when I awoke. Josh was still unconscious. I tried and tried, but I couldn't wake him. Eventually, I called 911, and he was taken away on a stretcher. The doctors say he's in a coma, but can't discern what caused it. And that's everything. I'm a wreck over what happened. I've tried visiting Josh in the hospital, but I can't face his parents, and they're always there. Instead, I go out to the pond in the real world, hoping that somehow I'll find answers. All I do end up finding are more questions. They keep me up at night, along with the reoccurring nightmare replaying the events of that day. I tried departing since, but to no avail. Something's holding me back. It might be fear. That world is like a photograph, a still frame of a place we were never meant to see. A moment frozen in time with a layer of reality stripped away. And something is living there. Despite this truth, I feel a need to dive back in and save my friend. He didn't heed the author's warning, but I'm the reason he entered that world in the first place. I'm the reason he can't wake up. I have to go back.
I hate it when it's raining. Always driving, so it isn't the rain itself that gets under my skin, rather what the rain does to people. Days could go by as I sit waiting for one job to come through, but as soon as it starts raining, I get one request after the other. Sure, it's good for business, but something about the rain, the gloom of overhanging gray clouds, and the blanket of white noise just makes people snap. These people could be harboring darker thoughts for months at a time, but when the rain starts to fall, it's like they take it as a sign from the universe that their desires are justified. To get you up to speed, I work for a rideshare service, or rather, I own a rideshare service that's a little off the books. There are a myriad of terrible people in this world, and I am among them, most certainly, but I saw an untapped market and figured I could make a quick buck off of it. Alright, look, say you're out with your friends, right? You all drove to the bar together, and you were supposed to be the designated driver, but your constant failed attempts to pick up a grade A dame eventually landed a bottle in your hand, and then another, and all of a sudden, uh-oh, you're so drunk that you can't tell if you're drooling or you just forgot to swallow the water. You should definitely be drinking. What do? Well, hopefully you, or more likely one of your friends, has the wits about them to call a service like Uber or Lyft to carry you and your barely functioning bodies home. With your head pounding, you can head back the next day and get your car. No one gets hurt. You might have danced a little too much with a cardboard cutout of Jack Daniels, but no harm, no foul. But consider this. You're out with your friends. You're the designated driver, again, but a pretty lady from across the bar is giving you the eye. Oh, you lucky dog, you. begin chatting, and she offers to buy you a drink. You decline, explaining you must assist your friends home. She laughs. "Oh, what a gentleman you are." Then, to your sober surprise, she asks if you would like to go to her place where the drinks were free. I know you're getting excited, but remember this is just a fantasy. But let me continue. I promise I'm going somewhere with this. So, you drive your friends home. They're falling all over themselves in the backseat of your car, and yeah, Aaron just threw up. Yep, cool, awesome, great. But you don't care. You've got plans. Finally, you arrive at her place, and by God, it is a nice house. You can't believe your eyes as she welcomes you inside and pours you shot after shot. By now, your blood is nearly 100% vodka as she leads you into the kitchen. Her smile is intoxicating. You don't even notice the floor is making a crinkling noise, each step ruffling the plastic beneath you. So much plastic covering the floor and the countertops. You barely have time to think, not that you could in that state anyway. Your body is numb and your reactions are slow. Hell, it's almost a mercy at how much she gave you to drink. Because the knife in your stomach is hot, but it doesn't hurt. The heat retreats and returns over and over. You fall to the floor, your strength is non-existent. You lucky, stupid dog, you. All you can do is watch an ever-increasing pool of red swimming over the clear plastic. She stands over you as your body drains of color and you become nothing but dead weight. That dark, terrible part of her is satisfied for the night, but oh well, whatever will she do with your body? She needs to get that body out of her house and bury it far away. Well, she can't take her car, and what if she needs help with the body? You can't exactly call an Uber or Lyft. I mean, you can. Or, well, you could, but I'd highly advise against it. But anyway, you would call me. Those who need to know the name of the app already know it. Those who will need to know the name of the app will come across it when the time is right. Anyway, I hope my example was clear enough. I'm essentially an Uber for serial killers. Well, serial killers, drug dealers, and pretty much any manner of dark people all alike. The price is pretty high, but a pretty penny is much more appealing than a dusty set of iron bars, right? Anyway, I've transported all manner of things, and sure, I have some pretty incredible stories to tell. The backseat of the car I use has seen everything from a duffel bag of blood money to a very intricate set of severed heads. Something about a D&D game that got a little too realistic. Anyway, if you've ever heard other stories about the bizarre phantoms of the night or hilariously mental people that always seem to just vanish into the night, well, I'm typically the one behind the headlights whisking them away. If you got the cash, I got you. Simple as that. I can't say I'm really ever afraid. People and things hire me because I present a means of convenience for them. If anything, I'm the safest person in the world for these broken creatures. It's the rain I can't stand. I don't get scared, but I do get annoyed. Because when it rains, people just snap. Lots of first-time killers panicking and just doing everything they can to make my job difficult. I guess that's what you get in the customer service industry. Huh. I could tell watching out the rain-streaked windows of my car it was going to be one of those kind of nights. Some twig of a figure pulling a large black trash bag behind him, just dragging it across the sidewalk. Like, for God's sakes, do you want me to just call the cops now and we can get this over with? But no, I pride myself on getting the job done, no matter what. Thank God the bag didn't tear open on the sidewalk. That would have been hard to cover up even in the rain. I pushed my finger down on the cold plastic button and heard the locks around me release. Of course, his hand was already pulling at the handle of the locks when they went up, and the damn fool was so nervous that he couldn't wait a second for the doors to unlock, so I pressed the locks again, and heard him pull once more at the handle just as they released and the door remained tightly shut. I peered into the rearview mirror and contemplated driving off. With a heavy sigh, I clicked the lock again, and a second later heard the door behind me open up, letting the sound of rain against wet cement in. Hey. The meager man stumbled out as he worked himself into the back seat. I used to open the trunk for my clients, but quickly discovered that people don't like letting their crimes out of sight. I rolled my eyes and exited the car. Running around the side, I lifted the bag in and pushed the soaked plastic inside. Only out of the rain for a moment, my clothes were already starting to stick to my skin as I slid back into the driver's seat. Thank you so much. He spoke again, his voice now a little more stable. People tend to feel safe if they have someone looking out for them. Even monsters, I suppose. Putting the car in drive, I pulled away from the curb. I could tell when I was lifting the bag into the back of the car that its contents were human. I nearly gave the individual a high five when I pushed into the car, like I was congratulating it on passing. We drove for a moment in silence. I find it's better if I take the client somewhere of my choosing. If I let them pick, just knowing where you hit the body can really weigh something fierce on you, but if I pick, they can earnestly say they have no idea where the body was. So busy night? The thin boy's voice trickled from the back seat. I couldn't believe this kid had a lifeless body next to him and was talking to me like I was some cashier. It's best if we don't talk, I mumbled out. Most of the time my jobs are silent. Only the deeply disturbed ever want to really talk with me, but they never want to hear me talk back, they just kind of want to hear themselves. Right, sorry, he responded, swallowing his words as he did. I didn't mean it. It just kind of happened, he continued. I lightly snapped my head back, banging on the headrest. Of course you didn't mean it. Of course, it isn't your fault. Woe is you, but who am I to judge? Looking in the mirror, I could see the young man staring at the garbage bag. She'll be awake soon, so anywhere is fine. The kid didn't even have the decency to finish the job. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, and sometimes the final blow is just part of the job. I drove until there weren't any cars in sight and pulled the car up on a side road, riding along the barren land until I could no longer see the strip of road behind us. Shovel's in the trunk. Be quick, I sputtered out, turning the engine off to kill the lights and noise. The kid nodded and exited the car, dragging the lump of a body behind him. There was an audible thud as the black bag smacked against the wet dirt. I watched as, under the moonlight, the client dug the shovel into the ground, his arms shaking with each impact. When he brought the shovel up, there was barely any dirt on it. Gripping the steering wheel tight, I shook my body back and forth, the car rocking ever so slightly with me. Pushing the door open, I once again was wrapped in the chill blanket of raindrops. Walking over to the kid, I pulled the shovel from his hand and began to dig for him. Sometimes you really gotta work with that tip. Shovel met dirt, stabbing in. Burying people was always such a pain when it was raining, but, well, you gotta do the work. Eventually the hole was deep enough and I gestured to the client. He put his foot on the bag and kicked it into the pit. I remembered him mentioning that the woman was still alive, so I pulled my handgun from my waist and aimed it into the grave. Excuse me. The boy's voice rose over the pattering rain. Just put the dirt back in, please, he demanded. His voice was noticeably solid and stern. Nothing like the shaky whimper he had offered me when he first got in my car. That's when the moonlight offered me a genuine glimpse into his eyes. Damn kid wasn't scared at all. He was playing a game. His body would snap in a stiff enough breeze, but there was a heavy monster behind those eyes, but hell, I don't ask questions. So I pushed the dirt back in and made the makeshift grave look like there wasn't anything disturbing there at all. Silently, we returned to the car and took off, making sure to take a different route on the way back to where I picked him up from. He didn't even move an inch. I kept my eye on him the whole time, and not once did he shift position. What a genuine creep. Pulling up to his home, he finally snapped back to life. Opening the door, he stopped for a moment before turning his face to me. "See you soon." He smiled, and good God, what a complex little fellow this must have been. He exited the car and walked through the pouring rain until disappearing back into his home, and that was it. That's how it always ends. There's never a climax because I do my job and nothing more. After absent-mindedly mumbling to myself, "I hate the rain," I took off to do my next job, hoping it would be a simpler one, but even if it wasn't, I'd do the job. I always do the job. So, if that darkness ever consumes you, if those demons inside you win, or hell, if you're an actual demon your damn self, search for me, and you'll find me. I'll help you hide that darkness so it can continue to grow. Rain or shine. Preferably shine.
I Saw Death by Dr. Gallo. Many years ago, just for a few moments, I saw the image of death in the sea. It stood on top of the water, a shadow shaped like a man, its sleeve draped down like a ragged black cobweb beneath its arm, extended to point at the group of tourists frolicking in the surf nearby. They paddled and swam and sat on their inflatables joyously, oblivious to the spectre. Mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, children. They were oblivious too to the yacht that was getting closer and closer toward them at dangerous speed. I tried to shout and warn them of the danger, but the beach was packed. The sun had brought us all clamoring for the sand and sea in droves, and the cacophony of laughs and shouts all but drowned me out. The hard, white, metal hulk sliced through blue sharply and was soon upon the families in the water. I watched. My blood turned to ice and my stomach shrunk to the size of a walnut as my mouth flapped open, soundless and impotent. But I watched as it hit the first woman's back, and I saw the explosion of red that surrounded her as she was dragged along through the water into the others. A child next, a girl of 8 or so, disappeared under the prow, as if devoured once it had cruelly smashed the air from her lungs. Mercifully, most of them didn't see it coming. There was no time for them to process the imminent end of their lives or to feel the terror that would have come with understanding. Others, however, were not so fortunate. A little boy now, he watched, paralyzed in fear, as the boat hurtled toward him, before he disappeared as it rolled over his tiny frame. His inflatable giraffe appeared shortly after, yellow and red, floating aimlessly nearby like a popped, discarded balloon. I finally managed to avert my gaze before I could focus too much on the bits and pieces that appeared behind the boat in the churning red and white froth. Before, I might have been able to make out limbs or other features of those happy souls I'd been watching mere moments before. I realized there was dreadful screaming. The beach was alive with horror as people realized the awfulness of what had happened. The yacht had stopped. I saw its pilot standing motionless on the deck with both hands over his mouth as he overlooked the carnage he had wrought. I saw the Coast Guard's bright yellow jeep weaving its way among the tourists along the beach. All at once, I thought I heard the flapping of wings over the commotion, big wings. When I looked back, remembering the ghastly figure that had, evidently, foreshadowed the terrible scene before me, I saw that it had gone. I saw death again soon after. I was on my way home from work after my first day back on the job following a medical absence. The yacht had left me with insomnia and unendurable nightmares on those rare occasions I actually managed to doze off to sleep, so my doctor had signed me off for a month. Post-traumatic stress disorder, she'd said. The bus had stopped at a red light, and as I glanced out of a side window into the street, I saw Death standing there on the road. It was pointing into the bus, at a man in a brown overcoat sitting at the seat by the window I'd been looking out of. I started to feel suddenly cold, a sensation that washed me from my scalp all the way down to my toes, and it was familiar. I realized I'd felt the same way on the beach. I expected a collision, another bus to explode into the side of ours and reduce the manta red pulp and glass before my eyes. Instead, he just fell. He put a hand out in front of him, as if to signal something that will remain forever lost to the driver. And then he fell, sideways, sprawling over the rest of the seat before rolling onto the floor. A few people got up and rushed over to his aid, but I already knew, somehow, that he was beyond help. I just sat there with my head down, mind racing, wondering why I was suddenly having these visions. What had I done to deserve death following me around? I looked over to where it had been, in the hope that it would recognize the pleading in my eyes and be encouraged to sympathize, to offer me answers, but it had already taken its leave. The next time I saw Death was about 6 months later. I was walking along my street, on my way to do some grocery shopping when I saw our local window cleaner doing his rounds. I felt the icy water wash over me again, just as it had before the old man on the bus had fallen. As it had before all those lives were cut so brutishly short that day at the seaside. I knew exactly what was coming. As I got closer, he walked into a garden and put his ladder up, as he must have done 1,000 times before, and climbed confidently to the top using his left hand with a bucket in his right. Death stood across the road, pointing at the man as he ascended. As soon as he leaned over to tackle the first pane, he stretched a little too far and overbalanced. As he fell, his foot got caught on a rung and swung him round so that he was upside down. He hung there in the air, suspended for a few seconds before gravity pulled his foot free and he fell the last few feet. He landed on his head, which was forced squarely parallel to his shoulder as his neck snapped. The noise it made reminded me of when I fumbled and dropped a light bulb. It was a small, wet pop. The window cleaner hadn't even been that far off the ground in the end. The angle he landed at was just horribly wrong, which I noticed with gritted teeth as I carried on past. I didn't look across the road for Death. I'd already heard its wings take it back into the depressingly grey sky above me. The next few years were odd, to say the least. I saw more dead bodies than the average coroner. Road traffic accidents, drownings, 1 in a million chances happening over and over again. Whether it was the young electrician I saw charred black as he accidentally touched the live wire, or the middle-aged woman crushed to paste by the side of the house that inexplicably collapsed on her as she walked by. She was narrowly survived by the baby in the pram who escaped his mother's fate at arm's length from her as she pushed him along. I had so many questions, but no matter where I turned, I just couldn't find answers. I scoured old books in the libraries and dug through countless occult forums on the internet, looking for some illumination in magic, in divination, in demonology, or in the stars. I didn't know if I had been chosen, called upon, simply to bear witness to some cosmic balancing, or that I was just cursed, drawing death to me. That I was somehow the catalyst of the indifferent violence that plagued my existence. I had to leave my wife and my little boy behind, of course, for their safety. I was oddly serene about this. It hurt like hell to leave them, but I knew that my presence put them in immediate and constant danger, and I simply could not live with the risk. I loved them too much, even without the omnipresent threat of their imminent doom. What would it have done to them to see all those hideous events playing out around me? What would it have done to my son to spend his childhood watching friends and strangers alike scream whilst they burned or bled their way to oblivion over and over again? I didn't tell them where I was going. I was too afraid that they'd track me down, and I'd open the front door just to see the flash of lightning turn them to so much smouldering charcoal on the steps before me. Maybe one day, death would give up its game and stop stalking me. Maybe after a couple of years, when I was sure, maybe then I could go home. Before I left, I set up a webcam in my son's bedroom, up in the corner above the wardrobe. I used an old panda bear teddy for cover. I knew he never played with it, and he couldn't reach it anyway, so it would hopefully go undiscovered. For a while at least. I could still keep an eye on him that way. I could still see him when the loneliness got a little too much, and it did, often. Eventually, I made a sort of peace with it all. If this was my lot in life, it had been decided for me. I had no say, and given that these ongoing atrocities seemed to be happening around me and not to me, I evidently had nothing to fear, and my family were as safe as I could ensure. With this acceptance, and the calmness that came with it, the anxiety, the insomnia, the nightmares, all came to an end. 6 months on, the deaths in my presence have continued apace, so I'm still here, hiding, anonymously in the apartment. It was only a week ago that I walked by as a woman choked herself purple on an errant shard of chicken bone from the leg she'd been scoffing down too quickly. Tonight, I'm lonely again. I'm watching my son sleep, seeing him tucked up there with his nightlight on beside him makes me feel warm. So does the whiskey as it burns its way down into my stomach. All of a sudden, I feel cold, and it is horribly familiar. With a rising panic, I realized there's a shadow at the bottom corner of the screen. As I focus, I see that it's not a shadow at all. It is a black, shrouded arm, and it ends in a skeletal hand. From it, a single bone digit extends towards my sweet, sleeping little boy.
I must have been about 5 or 6 years old when I encountered the book. My mother recently went to visit my grandfather and brought back a couple of boxes of older belongings. After an early dinner, my brother, my mother, and I started looking through the boxes. There were dolls, stuffed animals, a board game or two, and several books. Now, I hadn't yet learned to read by that age, though not for lack of trying. I remember I once borrowed my father's reading glasses and sat on the couch, trying to will the symbols on the page to manifest into coherent sentences. I thought that the glasses would help translate the seemingly bizarre hieroglyphs into sounds in my head, but there was no such luck. As I helped my mother and older brother search through the cardboard boxes filled with childhood treasures, my eyes drifted to a small book. It was gray in coloration, with a drawing of a man in a wide-brimmed hat and dark suit on the cover. His face was covered up to his black hat, and his hands were in his pockets. The art style was cartoonish, but strangely detailed and grotesque in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. Looking back on it now, I'd almost be tempted to compare it to German Expressionism. The book had a title in angular block letters, but I couldn't make the symbols transform into words in my young mind. Clutching the book, I pawed at the sleeve of my mother. "Mommy, what does this say?" I mumbled, showing her the slim volume. I was embarrassed by my inability to read, something that my parents and 12-year-old brother seems to be able to do so easily. My mother looked up from a small pile of stuffed animals, glancing at the book before saying, "It says a visit from Uncle Umbra, dear." I stared at the book's cover, looking at the man in his black suit who I assumed must be the titular Uncle Umbra. I kept focusing on his head, as if maybe I could will the hat to come off so I could see his face. The book made me feel uncomfortable, but there was something drawing me to it. It felt similar to the sensation one feels looking over the edge of a cliff, that unexplainable urge to jump. I said, looking back up at my mother with pleading eyes, "Would you be able to read this to me?" My mother sighed, looking at the mess that had been made of the living room. "Your dad and I have a dinner date tonight, but I'm sure your brother would be more than happy to read it to you." She stared pointedly at Oliver, who was currently looking into the various knickknacks with poorly disguised boredom. "Oh, Mom, do I have to?" he groaned, tossing aside an old box of crayons. Oliver had reached the stage in development where spending time with his younger sibling seemed more like a chore than anything else. My mother ruffled his hair before saying, "Yes, you have to, dear. Come on, it's a very short little book, and shouldn't take you more than a few minutes. Now, I'll be right back. I've got to get ready." With that, she walked off to the bathroom, dusting her hands off on her dress as she went. With all of the enthusiasm of a dying slug, Oliver slunk over to me, petulantly grabbing the book out of my hands. He flipped through the pages, and his brow furrowed with confusion before a mischievous grin crossed his face. "All right, Chloe, you sure you want me to read you this book? This one specifically?" I nodded enthusiastically, smiling, and said, "This one specifically." Oliver chuckled at my mispronunciation and sat down with me on the couch, opening up the book to the first page. On the left-hand page, there was a picture of the eponymous Uncle Umbra, hat covering his face and hands in his pockets as he walked up a hill. The right-hand page contained writing which was inscrutable to my young eyes. My brother read out loud the text on the right-hand page. "All dressed up in his suit of black and gray, Uncle Umbra is coming today." I giggled at the rhyme, but I felt slightly nervous in the back of my mind. Why did my brother make that weird smile? And how come I felt so drawn to this book? Deep down, I could sense there was something wrong, but I didn't understand how or why. My brother flipped the page. The left-hand side showed Uncle Umbra in the woods now, walking among towering pine trees. A full moon hung overhead, and his shadow stretched eerily out behind him. I heard Oliver read out, "He walks beneath moonlight through slumbering groves. He reeks of old eggshells, lost children, and cloves." As my brother flipped the page, I caught a glimpse of something pale underneath Uncle Umbra's wide-brimmed hat, as if he had started to turn his face to look at me. Before I could say anything, Oliver had started reading the next page. "You must stay quiet, stay hidden away. Uncle Umbra is coming today." The illustration on the left-hand side showed a blonde-haired girl hiding behind a couch. The shadow of a man with a wide-brimmed hat leered menacingly on the wall, and she clutched a small teddy bear. I noticed that the teddy bear looked just like the one I had been given for my 4th birthday. Before I could process what this meant, my brother had already turned the page once more. A mischievous smirk with white teeth like sharp knives of unruly children, sunlight he deprives, said Oliver with a wicked look in his eye. The illustration showed Uncle Umbra holding a large black sack with gloved hands, the arm of a child sticking out of it. Below the brim of the hat, I could see a wide, evil grin. The teeth were pointed and arranged in shark-like rows, overlapping with one another in a chaotic jumble of razor-sharp enamel. I felt myself starting to cry. My brother turned the page. "You ought to go hide. You ought to go pray. Uncle Umbra is coming today," cackled my brother as I looked in horror at a close-up picture of the little blonde girl's terrified expression. I realized that she looked just like me. My heart was pounding in my chest and tears poured from my eyes, but I couldn't stop looking, and I couldn't tell Oliver to stop reading. It was as if I was paralyzed. Before I knew it, Oliver had turned the page once more. It showed the little girl staring wide-eyed in bed, hiding under the covers. In the background, I could see the sinister figure of Uncle Umbra standing over the bed, sack in hand. His teeth glinted in the pallid moonlight. "You must never sleep while he visits your house, or he'll take you away. While in bed, you're drowsy," recited Oliver, his voice dripping with malice. The page turn showed a close-up of Uncle Umbra's face, still partially covered by his wide-brimmed hat. I could still see his horrifying, shark-toothed smile. "If you can see him, run far, far away. Uncle Umbra is coming," Oliver whispered, turning the page before shouting, "Today!" I shrieked and fell off the couch, absolutely horrified. It wasn't because of Oliver's decision to yell the final word of the book in my ear, although that didn't help. It was what I saw after he turned to the last page. I was greeted by an image that will still haunt me to this very day. A vision straight out of a nightmare. Uncle Umbra was looking up to stare at the viewer directly, his white, pupilless eyes boring directly into my very soul. He had no ears, and just 2 holes for nostrils. Even though it was just a drawing, it radiated the most intense feeling of evil I'd ever experienced. I heard Oliver laugh uproariously as he closed the book and tossed it on the ground. My mother walked in, scowling. "Oliver, what did you do this time?" she shouted, helping me up to my feet and pulling me close. "Nothing, Mom. I just read that book she asked me to read. I guess it was a little too grown up for her," my brother said, still chuckling to himself. "Go to your room," my mother demanded, pointing down the hallway. "But, Mom," he started to whine, before swiftly being cut off. "I don't care about your excuses, young man. You go to your room, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow." Oliver huffed and stormed off to his room, stomping his feet as he went. My mother turns to me, smiling apologetically. "I'm sorry your brother scared you," she said, gently petting my hair. "How about I get you a bowl of ice cream, then you can brush your teeth and head off to bed? We'll only be gone for a couple of hours. When we get back, you can sleep with us tonight if you're still scared." I nodded, wiping a tear from my eye. My mother scooped me a small serving of vanilla ice cream, kissed me on the forehead, and left with my father for their date night. The taste of ice cream swiftly helped me forget the horrible book, and soon I felt comfortable and happy. Being the dutiful child I was, I rinsed out the bowl when I was done, put it in the sink, and brushed my teeth. I climbed into bed and turned off the light. As I got comfortable, I reached over for my teddy bear before stopping. The sight of it reminded me of the book, of the child hiding behind the couch from the shadow of Uncle Umbra. Instantly, my feelings of comfort and contentment fled, and I was left with a cold fear filling my mind like ice water. I knew I wasn't allowed to leave the lights on until my parents got home. I'd get in trouble for wasting electricity and staying up too late on a school night. As scared as I was of Uncle Umbra, I didn't want to get lectured by my parents. Instead, I grabbed a flashlight from my bedside table and flicked it on. My father had bought it for me after I wet the bed due to being too scared of the dark to get up and use the restroom. I moved my flashlight over the darkness of the room for what felt like hours, but there was nothing there. Each time I thought I spied some grotesque figure lurking in the shadows, it would turn out to be something mundane, like a cabinet or a pile of laundry. As the minutes ticked away, my eyelids grew heavier, and vigilance was steadily replaced with exhaustion. I must have drifted off by the time I heard it. A raspy, evil voice, like grass in the wind. Chloe, it spoke in a sing-song voice. I'm going to get you, Chloe. I grabbed the flashlight and clicked the button repeatedly, beginning to hyperventilate as I realized the battery must have died. The voice continued to mock me. Chloe, I'm going to take you away. There was a noise from across the room, the creaking of a hinge. I stared in horror as my closet door opened up, dimly illuminated in the moonlight. I was shaking as I strained my eyes to see what was there, but in my heart, I already knew what I'd see. As I watched a gloved hand push aside the door, and a pale face peeked out from my closet. It had pure white eyes, a wide-brimmed hat, and an unnerving grin composed of rows of shark-like teeth. Uncle Umbra was stepping out of my closet. I shrieked and fell out of bed, scrambling for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I heard the voice again, closer now. It laughed raspily and said, "Don't try to escape, Chloe." I turned around and screamed louder. Uncle Umbra had stood up to his full height, and to my child mind, he seemed taller than any skyscraper. The reek of clothes and slimy eggshells burned my nostrils as I watched him lift up an enormous black sack. Without warning, the door behind me opened, and I fell to the ground. I ran, screaming down the hallway, running into my parents' room and locking the door, turning on all the lights. I hid in the wardrobe, clutching the useless flashlight like a crucifix. A couple times I heard banging on the door outside and a muffled voice, but I wouldn't come out. I didn't want to be taken away. About an hour later, I heard the door open, and someone stepped into the room. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and held my breath. The wardrobe door opened, and I screamed, running out and flailing with my flashlight as some kind of makeshift club, right into the knees of my father. After a lot of reassuring words and hugs from my parents, I eventually calmed down. They told me that it was just my brother pulling a very mean prank on me, and that everything was okay. Oliver was grounded for a week for his cruel joke, and the book was donated to a thrift store. Over 2 decades have passed since that night. I am now 26 years old. Oliver is 33. We were talking recently at a family reunion discussing childhood. I mentioned how much of a brat he was back then, laughing as I related the story of his horrifying prank. He was laughing too at first, but got quiet when I brought up seeing Uncle Umbra coming out of the closet. After I was finished telling my story, I asked, "Oliver, seriously, how'd you make such a convincing costume in only a couple of hours? I know time can distort your memories, but Jesus, that thing still gives me the creeps." Oliver looked at me, dead in the eyes, a look of confusion on his face. Chloe, I didn't make a costume. All I did was talk in a scary voice and hold the door shut when you tried to run out."
Light of my life. Linda stared at the alarm clock in her hands through blurred eyes, her fingers smudging its glossy surface. 12:59 it blared in red, blocky numbers. 30 seconds left. Trembling, she clutched it to her stomach, ticking down in her head. 29, 28, 27. The time passed by like years as she shut her eyes, knowing the annoying, monotonous beep was mere moments away. Nothing to do now but simply wait. 15, 14, 13, 12. A few seconds later, it sounded, and the floodgates came crashing open. It fell to the floor with a dull clatter, as Linda clutched her head in her hands and wept, tears pouring down her face. Memories rushed back to her in a tidal wave of sorrow and regret. The laughs, the smiles, the first steps, all of it. No small detail was spared. Today marked the 5th year that Michael had been gone. She reached for a nearby tissue and dabbed her face, sniffing and whimpering. Pushing the warm blanket off her shaking body, she swiveled her legs to the edge of the bed. Her head hung low as she rose to a standing position, throwing on the tattered nightgown from so many years ago, taking a moment to notice all its extra holes and loosened stitching. She didn't care. She only wore it once a year anyway. She carried herself across the upstairs landing shamefully, her eyes already well adjusted to the crushing darkness before her. The floor was ragged and splintery as she lay her bare feet upon it, the ceiling cobwebs reflecting the glow of the moon through the bedroom window behind her. She lifted her hand and scraped her ring across the wall as she walked, marking the 5th indentation directly below the last 4. Dusty pieces of drywall flaked onto the floor as it dug into the paint. They reminded her of fingernails along a chalkboard, or the claw marks of some vicious beast along the skin of its prey. At last, she reached the door. Still shaking somewhat, she pulled out the key from her front pocket. Like the rest of the house, it was somewhat falling into disrepair, smeared with rust. A moment of worry came upon her as she questioned whether it would still work in the lock. Gingerly, she placed it into the keyhole and turned. Her worries were set at ease as she heard the familiar click and felt the latch turning. With a gentle creak, she slid the door open, taking care not to bump it into the wall and leave a dent. Compared to the rest of the house, Michael's room was a palace. It held a quietness that no other room in the house could quite sustain, as if it had been caught in time just the same day that Michael had gone. Linda heard her ears ringing and her slowed heartbeat thumping in the solemn silence. She took a long inhalation. Dust hung steadily in the air, making her nose itch and the back of her throat feel scratchy. Carefully, she closed the door behind her, like the closing of a portal between 2 different dimensions. Despite the thick blackness, she could still make out that pleasant shade of blue painted across the walls, Michael's favorite color. She found herself slipping into a trance, as she did every year, no matter how hard she tried to fight it. Her vision warped and clouded, and suddenly, Michael was there on the bed. "But, Mummy, I don't want to sleep without the nightlight on." He sat on the sheets with his legs crossed while wearing his polka-dot PJs. The nightlight sat in the plug socket next to the door, casting a starry pattern on the walls that struck out against the darkness. "You're a big boy now, Michael," Linda heard herself speaking. "Big boys don't need nightlights. There's nothing out there in the dark that can hurt you." "Promise?" Michael replied, holding his favorite stuffed animal to his chest. "Promise," Linda spoke once more. "Night-night now." She reached down and pulled it out of the socket with a single yank. The sleeve of her nightgown brushed against the floor, no longer old and falling apart, but new and as comfortable as it would ever be. The door closed behind her with a quiet click as she exited the room, and then she felt it. That subtle feeling deep down inside that something was wrong. That motherly instinct she couldn't deny no matter how hard she tried. She felt her heartbeat quicken, the hair on the back of her neck standing up. Had she forgotten something? Glass of milk, bedtime story, nightlight. What else? Everything should have been fine, but she could not shake the feeling that something was off. She frowned and turned back towards the bedroom door, hurriedly pushing it open. "Sweetie, are you all right?" For a moment, she swore she saw him, sitting there just as he was before she had left the room. But in the blink of an eye, he had vanished, as if he was never there. Her eyes scanned across the room, to no avail. She opened her mouth to shout, but the air was sucked right out of her throat. The room merged back into the present, her gown shrinking and withering to its current state, her hair graying and dropping to the tangled mess it was now. She gasped, able to breathe again. Fresh tears were forming in her eyes. A surge of emotions was building up again, but she wouldn't let herself cry. Not again. Linda kneeled down. Her palm felt numb as she scooped the patent nightlight off the floor and into her hand. A part of her resisted, telling her she was interfering with the tranquility of the room, but she brushed it away. She wanted to see it again, to bathe in that warm blue light once more. "I'm sorry, Michael," she whispered as she inserted it into the socket. Immediately, the starry pattern cast itself across the room. Linda closed her eyes and took a deep breath, watching the light flicker across her closed eyelids. "Mummy?" Linda shot her eyes open. Michael was sat at the end of the bed, legs crossed and polka dot PJs, holding his favorite stuffed animal to his chest. "Mummy, what happened? Why do you look so much older?" No, you're not. You're not real. You're just another hallucination." She panted, gradually moving closer. "Mummy, I'm scared. Please leave the nightlight on, just for tonight." Linda stepped closer and caressed the back of her hand against the boy's cheek. She looked deep into his eyes and saw that same starry look from so many years ago, caught in a deep blue iris. Without a doubt, it was Michael, in the flesh. There was a second or two of silence before she scooped him up into her arms and began whooping and cheering. Tears of happiness rolled down her face. Michael smiled and giggled, holding on to his mother's shoulders. "Never leave me again, promise me. Promise me you'll never leave me again." She spoke hysterically, jumping and dancing across the room. "I'll never leave you, The pair went tumbling to the ground as Linda's foot caught on something. A loud thud echoed through the house as she hit the floorboards, scrambling to make sure Michael was okay. "Michael," she began, pawing and crawling around the room. He was nowhere to be seen. "Michael, Michael, Michael, don't leave me again. You can't leave me, Michael." Linda froze in horror as she turned back towards the plug socket. Lying on the floor next to it was a broken, patterned nightlight.
My school was relatively small growing up. It was a kindergarten to grade 4 building, sandwiched in the middle of countless cookie-cutter homes. The school and area has changed quite a bit since I've moved away. If I remember correctly, it now accommodates all students through junior high as well. However, when I attended it, many of the homes were in development, and the town was installing various parks and soccer fields throughout. At the back entrance to the school's property was a smaller park and pathway that most of us kids in the 3rd and 4th grade would take to our various houses a few hundred feet behind. Every Tuesday, a man would park his ice cream truck on the road that said pathway would lead to. It was a gold mine for him. We'd all line up with $1 or $2 in hand and grab a cone or one of the numerous types of popsicles he had on hand. Most notably, the SpongeBob SquarePants popsicle that always looked like some deformed yellow alien with frozen gumballs for eyes and ice crystals forming around the circumference. I can still taste that artificial flavor even now. This man was parked here every Tuesday for years. Years after I left that school and would be walking to my high school, I'd pass by that same guy, same day, same time, probably serving the same alien SpongeBob treats. It was like a routine in town. So many families knew of him. All of a sudden, he just sort of disappeared. I was probably a sophomore or junior when this happened. At that age, I didn't think anything of it, but it was obviously a common thread in town. No one knew anything. It wasn't for another month or two when rumors began to spread through my small town. Supposedly, this guy wasn't as innocent as I grew up knowing. Apparently, there were numerous incidents of kids choking on staples and safety pins, etc. That was the kind of stuff you'd hear about from trick-or-treating. But if it was true, how the hell would this guy think he'd get away with something so sinister? After the second or third incident was reported, that's when he disappeared. For all I and my friends knew, this guy was in jail. I'm sure I could find old newspaper clippings on the alleged reports. This is when the story of this man started to get a lot weirder. As I mentioned, he was gone for months. As time went by, a lot of people in my town just sort of started to forget. I remember walking home from school one day in May. I was passing by my old school and walking down the road where he used to regularly park. There sat a really beat-up old wagon-like car. Taped to the side of this car were popsicles and frozen treats for sale. This guy had the back hatch door wide open as he sat there waiting for the young kids to leave school. I remember hearing the bell, followed by the laughter of kids in the distance. The man propped up and almost immediately had a smile from ear to ear. All of these years, and I never knew it. Clearly, he wasn't well at all. The guy then grabbed some shitty-looking stereo from the back seat and started playing the typical ice cream truck music. He just sat there, graciously waiting for any kid to approach the car. My gut instinct was to stand there and watch what he planned on doing. So I did, and he noticed me. He never said anything, but his demented smile soon turned into frustration or anger. He turned off the music and stormed around the car, ripping off the homemade signs, and drove off before any kid could see him. I told my parents about this a day or two later, who then called my old school to report it. A few days later, my mom received a phone call from my old principal, who was still there after all these years. I ended up speaking to Mrs. Hannah on the phone for a little while, describing this car. She knew exactly some of the features before I could fully explain. Apparently, there were 3 separate incidents where this car would pull up to one of these students' homes late in the evening and play that music. I don't know how this sick man would have ever found out where some of these kids lived. I can only assume he followed them home some days. You can't always trust the ice cream man.
I've been writing books for about 10 years now, and in those years, I have developed a routine writing during the winter season. I retreat to a mountain cabin that my family has owned for 3 generations. Now that sounds like a long time, but really, my grandpa purchased it about 30 years ago just before he passed away, and left it to my father. Sadly, 7 years ago, my father passed away, leaving the cabin to me. My wife and children sometimes join me, but most of the time, they usually only stay a few weeks before they get bored and head home, which is only about 3 hours away, but far enough that I don't see them every day. This year, they decided not to join me, but were planning a visit around Christmas. And while there is often snow here in the winter, it usually isn't a cause for concern as long as you travel carefully. On the second day at the cabin this year, I woke up and started my coffee and set to work making a fire. After the fire was roaring, I went to the front door to have a look outside and was surprised. It had snowed about 2 feet overnight. I whistled to myself. After my coffee was finished, I poured myself a cup and sat at my computer with the goal of writing a few chapters before I made breakfast. From my chair, I could see through the window of the living room. It was a large panoramic window, so I had a beautiful view of the forest. While sitting there, sipping on my coffee, I scanned the woods, just enjoying that view. And while I could not immediately place it, something felt off. I looked a bit harder now, and there it was, just inside the woods. I could see someone standing there, watching my cabin. I sat my coffee down and rubbed my eyes, thinking that I was just seeing things, as I was still a bit groggy from waking up. I rubbed my eyes harder and looked. There was definitely still someone there. I could not make any detail out at this distance, so I got up, grabbed my cell phone, and moved to the front door. As I was standing there looking through the front window, I could see they were still standing there. I was becoming a bit frightened. I'm in the middle of the woods after a fresh 2 feet of snow, and there's someone standing in the woods watching my place. I started to freak out a bit and decided to call 911. It didn't immediately connect, which caused me to panic more. Finally, on the other end of the call, 911, how may I help you? I was flooded with relief. I explained the situation and they informed me that because of the unexpected snow, it could be a while before anyone arrived, that I should lock all windows and doors and as a last resort, prepare to defend myself. While I wasn't happy with this, I understood and grudgingly hung up. During the call, I hadn't looked back to check on the individual, but assumed they were probably gone at this point. I looked back to that spot and they were still there. A knot of fear formed in my stomach. What do I do? I asked myself out loud. Then it hit me, the fire poker. It was basically a large steel rod with a hook and a pointy tip. Perfect. I sat back down at the table and just stared at this person. They had not moved even as it continued to snow. Not so much as even shifted their weight during the many times I'd checked on them. To shift my thoughts, I tried to start writing, but after staring at the keyboard forever, I gave up. Glancing up again, they still hadn't moved at all. The longer I stared and wondered who this person was, the more scenarios started to play out in my head. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement in the trees just at the edge of the panoramic window. I looked quickly, but saw nothing. I jumped up and ran to another window, still seeing nothing. Shit, where did they go? I heard the panic in my voice. I moved from window to window, still seeing nothing in the woods. My heart was pounding. I could barely contain the fear I was starting to experience. I dialed 911 again. We're sorry, all circuits are currently busy. Please hang up and try your call again later. Fuck, I screamed out loud. I dialed 911 again. We're sorry, all circuit. I ended the call. I immediately tried calling again while still looking out the window for whoever was out there. Still, I saw nothing and hung up the phone again. I came back to the living room and the first person was still there, still just staring. I ran to the door and threw it open. What the fuck do you want? Huh? Fuck you! Tell me what you want! I yelled. The only movement from them was the wind blowing their coat. I slammed the door shut and the force caused one of the panels to shatter, which I didn't notice. Immediately, I thought someone was trying to break into the house. I had to protect myself. Going into full panic mode, I dropped my phone and the poker on the floor and started grabbing everything I could to barricade the windows and door. I could hear wind blowing in the house, like someone had left the door open. I started to bolt for the bedroom and tripped over the poker. I fell hard, landing on my chin, which almost caused me to black out. Then, I somehow managed to grab the poker and get into the bedroom, closing and locking the door behind me. I moved the armoire in front of the only window in the room. They had to come through the door to get to me. I moved to the furthest wall and waited for anyone trying to come through that door. I could hear the wind becoming violent outside when another sudden crash came from the living room. I just knew immediately they shattered the large panoramic window. I gripped the poker tighter and waited. It sounded like they were destroying everything. What do they want? They knew where I was. Why the show? I was terrified. I had no idea how I was going to survive this should they come for me. I pushed the large wooden bed in front of the door and slowly backed into the wall again. I slid down to the floor, clutching the poker to my chest. The ring from my cell phone cleared my head for a moment, and I absently shoved my hand in my pocket, but it wasn't there. Dread rolled over me, remembering that I dropped my phone just before moving the couch in the living room. I knew if I was going to survive this, I would need my phone. Crushed, I dropped the poker and pulled my knees into my chest and started quietly sobbing. From time to time, the noise would stop, and just as hope started to rise a bit that they were gone, they would always return. Again, I heard my cell phone ring, and my heart cried out. I was going to die here, away from my wife, my kids. I could do nothing but sit and cry. I don't know how long I was there, but I remember noticing that the sun had gone down and come back up. I had been trapped in my room overnight. These fuckers were relentless. I knew now they were here to kill me, as they could have emptied the cabin dozens of times over of any valuables. I could not imagine why anyone would want to kill me. I was becoming popular as a novelist, but had only recently started to come into the spotlight. That couldn't be it. I hadn't made any real enemies that I could think of, and definitely none so bad that they would be willing to kill me over. The only thing I can think that's changed recently is I was suggested by my insurance agent to increase my life insurance. And then a dreadful thought started to enter my mind. Did my wife set this up? Is she trying to kill me? I began to mutter. Surely not. No way would that happen. She loves me. I was certain of that, but there was this nagging in the back of my mind that it was the truth. I started to think about my kids. What would happen to them if I am murdered? Will their bitch mother get away with this? Fuck! I yelled again. Suddenly, I could hear the front door being pushed. I could hear more glass being broken as they barged their way in. I heard footsteps walking around the wooden floor, and then came a strained voice. Babe, are you here? I didn't answer. Honey, if you're here, answer me, she called. That bitch came to kill me herself, I whispered. I could hear footsteps of multiple people now. These footsteps sounded heavy, very loud. I could hear them approaching the bedroom, walking over broken glass, pushing chairs out of the way. They were not trying to conceal themselves at all. I could hear them mumbling outside the door, probably planning how they were going to kill me. Again, I thought of my kids, and something snapped inside of me. I didn't care that they were here to kill me, but I would not leave my kids alone with that fucking woman. I picked up the fire poker and headed to the door. I stood there, waiting for them to get the door open. I heard keys jangle as she pulled them out to unlock the door. She slid the key into the hole and unlocked it. There was a shove on the door, but as the bed was still pushed up against it, it would take them all to open it. At first, it was a half-hearted attempt, but they continued to push, and slowly the door started to slide open. It was dark in the room. I knew they wouldn't immediately see me, so as they pushed one more time and the door slid open just a bit more, I saw my wife, her murderous face, and I brought that fire poker down on her head. I heard her scream, and before she could get away, I pulled the fire poker out and quickly smashed it down again. Those outside the door pulled her away, and I saw the muzzle of a gun coming up through the gap. Police! I froze immediately. What did you say? I yelled. This is the police. Lay down on your stomach and put your hands on your head, or we will open fire. I immediately complied and waited for them to finish pushing the door open. They finally entered the room, and one of them placed a knee on the back of my neck, and a second handcuffed me. They hauled me up and started walking me through the living room. Upon entering the room, I could see 2 cops had attempted to save my wife. They were both kneeling at each side of her. I saw one of them shaking their head, and I heard him say, "She's gone." Still a bit shocked at the situation, I could now see that a tree had toppled over and crashed through the panoramic window. I could see that one of the panels in the front door had been broken, the glass laying on the outside of the door. I could see my phone exactly where I had dropped it when I'd panicked. But most importantly, I saw a coat lying on the back of the couch, and that it was my coat. A terrible realization set in. This was the exact coat the man had been wearing while watching my cabin. Suddenly, I remembered the last conversation I had with my wife when pulling up to the cabin. Honey, I'll call you back in a bit. I just got here and I've really got to piss. Also, this damn jacket you made me wear is hot as hell. Okay, love you, bye. And I remember taking my coat off and tossing it on a branch while I urinated. And now remember, I left it there.
The summertime is perfect for camping. whether you're with friends or even by yourself. However, I do recommend that, regardless of the company you're with or the lack thereof, to always bring a firearm. People always forget that when we are in the woods, that we are nature's guests. We are in the wild. Many things still lurk in the depths of the solidarity of the thick trees and the undiscovered lands. There will be a time that you might unknowingly venture too deep, or worse, camp at a distance in which the horrors of the old world come crawling ever so silently to remind us that we are never truly alone in the woods. My story takes place 13 years ago in northern Michigan during the late summer. When I go camping normally, I bring a camping trailer which normally contains multiple firearms. But as luck would have it that year, my trailer had grown black mold from the year prior, and I was forced to deep clean the trailer in order to camp in it. This forced me to remove all my camping gear, including a couple of my guns, and hire a cleaning service to chemically remove the mold. Seeing how I had a few things on my mind already, when I replaced my gear, I totally forgot to replace my guns. Thankfully, I always conceal carry regardless, but that will come into play later. So my camping trailer finally gets cleaned, and I decide to go on a small camping trip to break it in. Normally I go much earlier in the year, but things at work made it hard for me to get time off to do so. Now that the busy season at my job was over, and my camper was disinfected, I was now ready to go out into nature. Fun fact about me, I have a small blog where I write about cryptids and other scary things that lurk in the woods, with a decent sized following online. I make about $50 or so each month, which obviously is not a lot, but it's a fun hobby that lets me make some money on the side. I have been working on compiling information about the Michigan Dogman, which is supposed to live in the northern peninsula of Michigan. A place I'm not too terribly familiar with, yet a destination I have been wanting to go for some time to specifically investigate. I have a cousin in the police force up there, and he can confirm to a degree that something is indeed happening to the campers or people living in the outskirts near the woods. He told me that last year 7 people were found dead at a campsite named Clear Creek Campgrounds. The year before that, 3 people went missing for a few months before their remains were found, about a mile into the woods, at the same campgrounds. He told me that the police are anticipating more disappearances and deaths, but what could they really do against nature? My cousin said that the police do not think it was a dogman or anything, but I still think that these events are lining up to something more sinister than just wildlife getting out of hand. I went ahead and reserved a camp spot at Clear Creek Campgrounds to hook up my camper to and stay a night. I had brought a camera and my laptop to do an investigation and hopefully make some kind of discovery. I got off work early on Friday and drove up to the northern peninsula while listening to books on tape. The campgrounds were in surprisingly poor condition. It was quite obvious that most people knew this since there wasn't that many people staying there, despite it still being the peak season. I did see a handful of campers a site or two over that looked to be younger. Unfortunately for me, they were taking advantage of the unpopulated campgrounds and were playing music and being very loud. I was slightly annoyed, but I didn't want to live up to the stereotypical old angry man, telling the young people to turn off that racket. My setup was quite easy. I parked the camper, got it hooked up, and started my professional investigation of the Michigan Dogman. I went outside and hiked around a bit to see if there were any signs of any type of creatures living in the woods, any deer or anything a large predator could feast on. A few hours passed and I noticed that some trails leading deeper into the woods were next to mine, but before I went down them, I thought it would be best to use the restroom back in my camper. I hiked back to see an old tow truck parked in front of my camper. Interesting. I walked back and a grisly-looking man stepped out of the truck and introduced himself as the camp director. "Oh, hello," I responded. He asked how I was doing and asked if the campers a few sites over were being too loud, and I mentioned that they kinda were. He nodded and pointed to my video camera I had around my neck. "What's going on with this?" he asked inquisitively. "Oh yeah, this is, I'm investigating cryptids in the woods for my blog." "Oh, really? How fascinating." The camp director began to look at me with a weird look. Not a threatening look, but more like he was a bit too interested in that. "Have you found anything?" he asked. "No, not really. To be honest, I just started my investigation today, and I got nothing. Maybe I can come with you. I know this great place you might find some evidence. I told him that I'd love to do that, but I had to go back inside from being in the woods for a couple of hours. But I'd love to take him up on that later in the future. Sure thing, he said while smiling and handing me a business card. He then got back into his tow truck and drove over to the next campsite. I went inside my camper and went to the restroom. While inside, I began to hear shouting coming from outside. It sounded like the campers were not taking the request to be quiet very well. The shouting eventually stopped and the camp director drove off. Right when he did, however, the music went right back to the original volume. Wow. It started to get dark rather quickly after that. I meant to go back out into the forest and do some more investigating. However, my stomach had other ideas. I decided to stay back and cook up some hot dogs, had a few beers, and by the time I was finished, it was practically nighttime. Oh well, there's always tomorrow. I did my best to relax and work on an article of my up-to-date investigation when I noticed that the music from outside had stopped. Well, about time, I said to myself. I glanced over to my wristwatch to see that it was 9:30. Quiet hour wasn't until 10, and I didn't even think that would have stopped the campsite next door from being quiet, but here we were. After a minute or two, the music went back to the original volume, as if nothing had happened. I was annoyed but didn't care enough to do anything about it. About 30 minutes later, the same thing happened. The music went off. At this point, I was tired and started my evening routine to go to bed. I took out my contacts and started brushing my teeth. Luckily, I brought earplugs just for the scenario, just like this. As I was brushing my teeth, I began to hear screaming. The screaming was clearly coming from the campsite with the music. I stopped brushing my teeth to get a better listen to what was happening, and before I could make my way over to the window to peer out at the campsite, the screaming also went quiet. I looked out the window and could see that the shadows were being casted from the moderately large fire that was now unattended. I looked around my camper for a firearm to conceal, but then realized that the only one I had was still in my backpack. I grabbed my pistol, racked one in the chamber, and put it inside my hoodie in my front pocket. My contacts were out since I was just about to go to bed, but I had glasses on, which still got the job done. The brief walk over to the campsite revealed many things. The first thing I noticed was the sheer amount of alcohol just laying around. The campsite had about 3 or 4 tents, but no one was here. I then noticed dark stains on the tent and part of the grass that they were camping on. I then realized that I haven't given much thought to coming over here since I had forgotten to bring a flashlight. Looking back, this was probably a good thing. I had realized my mistake and went back to my camper. Once I was back inside, out of habit, I locked the door behind me. I began searching for a flashlight when I heard rattling at my door. It was the door handle to my camper. What? I whispered to myself. Who's there? I shouted. No response. I grabbed my pistol out from my hoodie and pointed it at the door. I slowly walked over and peered out the window to see who was at my door. Outside was a woman who looked completely distraught. However, she was trying her best to be discreet, as if she was trying not to draw attention to herself. I tiptoed over to the door and flung it open in hopes to catch the woman in this act of trying to break into my camper. However, the surprise was mine as I opened to see that this woman trying to gain entry was covered in blood. She screamed as I clearly startled her, and I did the same. I could see that she was holding her torso that was stained a dark color, which I assumed to be her blood. "Please, it's out here," she said with a terrified and painful look on her face. I had seen enough things in my life to know that something wasn't right. My first thought was that this was a thieving technique. Play a victim of some kind of accident and let a stranger in your house. Next thing you know that they're trying to kill you. I stood there in shock while holding my pistol at the woman who was screaming at me to let her in. Before I could say anything, the woman came rushing in at me. I froze. Normally I would have shot her, but I was so confused at the situation. She rushed in and onto the floor. "What are you doing?" I shouted at her. Before she could give a reply, a large feral beast reached inside my camper, grabbed the woman by the leg, and began to drag her outside. This time I didn't hesitate and began firing at the creature, attacking the woman. The shots didn't kill the creature, but it did seem to hurt her, as it let her go, only dragging her halfway outside. Around this time I was now out of ammo. The woman laid in the doorway, preventing me from being able to close the door. The creature halted the attack, but only for a few seconds, as it then realized I was out of ammo. I tried to help the woman back inside, but the creature came back. The creature was incredibly strong. I stood no chance trying to help this poor woman as the creature violently ripped her from my grasp. I fell back hard, hitting my side on the sharp corner of the table that sat in my camper. It knocked the air out of me, and I felt a sharp pain coming from my side. I put my hand on the wound, and I could feel a warm liquid painfully flowing from the wound. It took me a few seconds to get my breath back in order to breathe. Thankfully, the creature seemed to be preoccupied with its current meal, that it left me alone for the time being. When I could finally breathe again, I stumbled to my feet and staggered to the door. I felt like at any moment that the creature was going to come and attack me, while I was in my most vulnerable state. I closed the door, but before I could lock it, I felt a hard bang on the other side. Something grabbed the handle, which prevented me from locking the door. I pressed all my weight against the door, but it didn't even matter. The creature was able to force an arm in like I wasn't even standing there. I grabbed the closest thing to me, which just so happened to be an old hatchet that still had a leather cover on it. Not thinking, I just started to swing with the covered hatchet at the arm in hopes that it would do damage to the creature, enough for it to at least retreat. But the hairy arm continued its assault. I think after a dozen or so hits, the leather cover fell off and I was able to hit the arm with the actual hatchet. I could tell immediately that it did damage, and part of the arm began to bleed. I pressed on the door more and swung even harder, which began to remove decent-sized chunks from the creature's arm. The creature tried to remove its arm, but with the pressure of the door on it, it was not able to do so. After a flurry of swings, I was able to close the door. The creature's arm was now fully severed and was still bleeding on my floor. I closed the door and locked it and tried to get my breath back. The pain in my side as well as the intense swinging had rendered me exhausted. When I was able to catch my breath, the first thing I did was call the police. They sent out a squad, which unfortunately didn't have my cousin there, but he was my second call, and he arrived not much later. I kept the door locked until I knew for certain that it was the police. I made sure to keep the arm of the creature as proof of what had happened. At first, the police sat me down and asked me what had happened. I told them and showed them the arm. I could tell that they didn't believe me, but the arm that I had completely baffled them. Around this time, my cousin showed up, in normal clothes, and I filled him in with what had happened. His reaction was similar to the other police, as he clearly knew that he was out of his element on this one. I wish I could tell you that they closed down the camp, and that they all believed me. I wish that I could tell you that this event got national headlines in every newspaper and every news station across the world, but that never happened. I got carted off to the hospital, and thankfully my cousin backed me up, and I was removed as a suspect of the killings of the campers next to me. I don't even think they filed this event as a case of any kind. As for me and my investigation, I felt that I encountered something that I wasn't meant to see. I want to say it was a dogman or a Bigfoot, but it all happened so fast and it was so dark. I didn't get a great look at the creature, let alone the woman that had entered my camper. Events like this can be incredibly difficult to remember in intense detail. The arm of the creature was taken by the police and I never saw it again. I considered going back there a few months later to follow up with the police, but I was told that I should just let it go. That was for my sake. Something I did find odd that jogged my memory was the business card of the camp director that wanted to show me something about the campgrounds to help with my investigation. I tried calling a few times, but he never answered. I always wondered, even to this day, what he was going to show me before the attacks on those campers. Perhaps it was some secret trail that led to a hidden cave where a dogman lived, or something. Maybe it was a cool rock formation that was out on a trail somewhere. Or maybe he was going to show me something that was related to those attacks on those campers. I guess that will always be something that I will never know.
These are not the memories I wanted. Written by Gamma Kotabi, featuring Seraphim, the Midnight Bar. Life hasn't been the greatest for me lately. There has been one failure after another, and the cause of it is something I can't control. That being my ability to learn quickly, or as others called it, my learning curve. what other co-workers and people take to learn in a month or some special cases a week, it takes me double or triple the time. It may be due to my old age, or that I'm constantly thinking about a million things, be it work or life outside of it, at times a combination of both. Sadly, that's not something I could control. I've tried meditating to clear out my mind, and it hasn't worked, and let's not talk about drinking. That turns me into a blubbering guy that says what he has on his mind, which is plenty. With that being said, my luck with work hasn't been the greatest. At first, they are calm and considerate, but after a while, the insults and mockery takes a toll on me. The toll being sleep deprivation, starving myself, and with that comes paranoia. I have remembered the faces and names of those that have mocked me, since my mind keeps playing the scenario over and over. I want to become better at what is needed of me, so I can afford a decent living. At last, I resorted to some shady methods that some person on a random Discord mentioned. They said that whatever you desire, it'll be granted. Cheesy, huh? Well, what was I to lose? I asked the person, let's call them Alpha, for either instructions or directions to get my desire granted. It's not a place you need to go to, or else that location will be crowded the entire time. It's something that you'll need to do for you to contact that dork-up nashik. If you don't do it exactly as I instruct you, not only won't you be able to contact them, you'll be put under a version of spam calls, said Alpa, to which I asked, what is a dork-up nashik? It sounds interesting and quite catches the ear, plus what is it that I need to do? After what felt like the 4 longest minutes, Alpa replied, you do not want to know what it means. Just do what you need to do. Don't look further into it. The results that you'll be having are guaranteed. After Alpa said that, the instructions were messaged to me on a screenshot that goes step by step. After that, I got a message from one of my few friends I got. The message asked how I was doing and that his employer will be hiring soon. The other thing that my friend mentioned is that the hiring process takes a while, which will give me time to learn what I need for that job. Not wanting to disappoint my friend and knowing the amount of money he makes, I wasted no time on the instructions for Darsha Nashik. Following the instructions to a T, I was able to get a hold of the Darsha Nashik, which appeared on the darkest location of the basement I'm staying at. He pointed at me and directed me to get closer. Then the most unexpected thing happened. It opened his black trench coat jacket and said,
"Welcome, stranger."
Caught me off guard. My eyes widened.
What? That's not what the kids nowadays expect someone with a trench coat to say. It usually helps break the ice so things are not awkward when we discuss what you need.
Doorshop Nashik said. The whole situation felt unreal. Did I summon a comedian by accident, or the real deal? Not wanting to make it feel awkward, I said, yes, that's what kids nowadays will expect. That seemed to make the atmosphere much more pleasant.
Wonderful. My previous way of greeting people that called upon me made things take much longer than it should, and I like my business done quickly. There's always people in need of me.
Doorshop Nashik said. So you can make any desire come true? I asked.
Yes, stranger. Any and all desires will come to fruition. All that I ask is for you to tell me what you desire, and I'll give you a time frame.
When he said that, I blurted out, time frame? I was under the impression that it'll be immediate. To which it replied,
all good things take time. Now, what do you desire?
I wish that my memory was better and that I could retain it. Finally said those words, to which Doorshop Nashik nodded in agreement.
3 months. That's how long it'll take. During those 3 months, you'll be in a sleep-like state. But once you awaken from it, you'll be having a memory that'll put all who mocked you to shame.
My jaw dropped and I said, how do you know that? After uttering those words and snapped its fingers, and my world turned black. 3 months passed, in what felt like a blink of an eye. I awoke to a note written in red on a mirror that said,
I was generous enough for you that I added muscles to your body at no extra charge.
What greeted me looking back from the mirror was a chiseled body with rock-hard abs that can peel potatoes if I wanted to. On my way out of the public bathroom, I heard the sound of sirens, and my body reacted as if I had done this before, and we ran away from that sound. While running, my body was doing all sorts of parkour stuff I never knew, and my speed wasn't nothing to scoff at. I stopped at an area which I thought was secluded and tried to gather my thoughts. Then a tap on my shoulder turned my world upside down. Whoever tapped my shoulder ended up with a broken arm, then a broken neck, all in the span of mere seconds. Before their dead body even hit the floor, I caught them in a weird fashion and laid them in a way that looks as if they were relaxed. Once that was done, my mind went to dark places, and I held my chest in my worried state. That's when I felt something crumple on my chest. It was a note, and the note has these words that'll haunt me forever.
Remember that you also have muscle memory.
This happened to me when I was growing up, around 2004-2005, and I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside of the town of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small, and back then not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to being anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres down outside that area and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take us down for a week to go hunting for those hogs. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy. I hated it. All I had to do was either stare out the window or try to beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something I was never able to accomplish in my youth. The drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there in the early evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in the Scouts for a couple of years and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land we settled in, the cabin was pretty rough. Dust and dirt everywhere. Flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten inside the cabin and crapped on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I was never able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had a feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was maybe an hour. When we woke up, it was early, around 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs, and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer, and horribly hot in the afternoon, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came into an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got the lease that nobody was out there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright colored red jacket. We slowly walked toward them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all, dead still. We were about 30 yards away, and we could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pocket. Weird thing was that this person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Again, this is Texas in the summer, It was easily about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again. No reaction. He told me to stay behind him, unsnapped the clip to his pistol holster. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay put, around 20 yards away. I stayed down and crouched, watched him circle around to the front of the man, all while talking to him, asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood up straight with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" He called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there just staring at it. As I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, no sap, no bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and I could see him get worried. Almost immediately, I felt that feeling again. Like we were being watched, and I know my dad felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand, drew his pistol, and scanned the area the entire way back. All while I was trying to hold back panic tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality, it was only about 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. Drove all the way back home that day and didn't talk much all the way back. I remember right when we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he never had any issues with people because his property was high fenced. My dad isn't normally a paranoid person, but me being young and at least possibly having someone there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get the hell out of there. So we got back home, we talked. My dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling, but didn't want to wake me because he thought I was sleeping. Turns out that next week, he got a call from that buddy. Checked the whole property. Never found a trace of anyone. No mannequin, no nothing. This story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely top 3.
I still don't know what happened on my birthday that late Friday night. It was another late Friday night drive. However, this time, it was my birthday. My girlfriend and I, we'd been out partying, so we were planning on heading home to have a romantic movie night. We left a friend of ours' house. On our way home, while we were contemplating the movie we should watch, I noticed a strange glare behind me. I let off the gas, slowing down some, and I looked closely in my rearview mirror, and I noticed it was a car, flashing its brights rapidly behind me. It was 2:26 a.m., and this was usually an empty road with no one to be seen. I figured something had to have been wrong, so I hit the brakes and I pulled over. The car flashing its lights pulled over as well, but about 50 feet back. I wondered why they'd chosen to keep so much distance between us. I looked over at my girlfriend and I told her to stay in the car, reassuring her that I would return shortly with an answer. As I walked towards the car, I noticed the door was wide open. Although I never had that great of a vision, I was sure the car was empty. I walked right up to it, and clearly, no one was there. I looked around to gather awareness of the area I was in, looking for the man or woman who could have been in this car. I continued to look around, and I began to recognize the area. This was about a quarter of a mile from my house. It was normally hard to tell where my house is without seeing it, due to the fact that it was mostly trees surrounding it in a single 12-mile road. However, I was sure my house was close. As I strutted back to my car, I thought this time my vision must be playing some sort of trick on me, because there's no way, given the circumstances, that my girlfriend would have exited the vehicle. But as I got back to my car, it was true. She was gone. I began to panic, wondering what could be going on. I looked around, and there was nothing, not even the chirp of a cricket. My first thought was to call the cops, so I reached into my pocket, I grabbed my phone, and was disheartened to discover that it was dead. So, I hopped in my car to make my way back to the police station. But as I cranked the car, all I was hearing was a clicking noise. The battery was dead. All there was left to do was go home. And so, I ran. I ran the fastest I ever have. So many thoughts rushed through my head. I thought, this must be some elaborate scheme to surprise me for my birthday. So much had happened in the last 10 minutes, it hadn't even crossed my mind that it was my birthday. I was happy, thinking this must be a surprise party and a prank was being played on me. I burst through the door, ready to be surprised. I turned on the lights, and the living room was desolate. No one in sight. I scrambled all over the house, looking for any human presence. There was no one. I was in utter distraught to discover I was alone. I looked myself in the mirror, pondering upon my own sanity. I said, out loud, "Am I going crazy?" This was uncommon coming from me, because I rarely talk to myself. I walked all night until I found myself in town. There was a car running with no one in it, so I figured I can return it to whomever it belongs, but I have to take this chance. So I drove, and I drove, and it was clear to me, everyone I had known, everyone in this town, had disappeared. I started thinking, had the rapture started? Am I all that's left? No, it can't be. I live a much more honest life than that of some of my friends. I left my town to look for any sign of humanity. This is where we are today. 2 weeks later, I find myself in New Mexico, over 300 miles from home. I've found people and everyone seems to be quite normal. However, when looking at multiple maps, my hometown had never existed. For some unknown reason, I am all that's left of my town, and there's no evidence to prove my story. So I'm left here today, wondering, what exactly happened on my birthday that night?
Up until about a year ago, I was a mortician. Many know that morgues are more of a family business, and it is inherited by family members. My situation was no different, but there were a few rules that had to be followed. Rule number 1, no prepping the bodies from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. This rule made it to where there was nobody at the morgue past 11:30 at night. On the few occasions that a person arrived at the morgue at those times, the only person who would prepare them would be my grandmother. Nowadays, some morgues no longer have a night shift, and ours follows that suit, except with my grandmother. If someone needed to be prepped, she'd be the one to do it, no matter the hour of the night. Rule number 2. When entering or leaving any room, or even the morgue itself, you are supposed to say hello and goodbye. I never understood this rule, but I never dared to question. Rule number 3. Never forget to wear your family protection amulet. This rule was the most important and stressed rule. These amulets were passed down in my family to anyone who worked at the morgue. My grandmother always said that they protected us from the unnatural world. While I never really had much belief in the unnatural world, I never went against the rules. My grandmother also stressed I had to believe in the amulet so it'd work. For her, I did believe in it a bit. During the time I worked at the morgue, I noticed that I was the only one who ever had stuff happen to them. It was nothing too serious, just the misplacement of an item or my car keys. It never bothered me, and I brushed it off as my family members pulling a prank on me. That was until about 2 weeks before I quit. A person had come in at night past 12 a.m., and my grandmother, who usually prepared them, was in the hospital. No one else who worked there wanted to go, so I did. I know. They sounded highly unprofessional, but everyone in my family stuck to the rules very religiously. I came in and immediately noticed something off about the morgue. It looked the same as it does in the day, but it didn't feel the same. I shivered at the cold that surrounded me and just focused on getting the person prepped. As I worked, I felt something stare me down, but I never saw anything. Things I needed would get misplaced and I had to go search for them. This made it take longer to get done. By 3 a.m. I had finally finished. I placed the body in the refrigerated mortuary cabinet and got ready to leave. I was walking back to the lobby when the lights shut off. They came back on after 3 minutes and the morgue now looked more old and run down. I tried looking out the window, but it was completely black. No sign of the street lamp. It was almost like an alternate version of itself. I felt sick to my stomach and brushed the thought aside as I hurriedly headed for the door. I tried to open it, but it was locked. I kept turning it until I heard the sound of nails scraping against the wall behind me. I turned around slowly, and there stood a humanoid entity. There wasn't much I could see of it, since it was covered in a swirling black mist. With it came the smell of death and sulfur. I gagged at the smell. It started walking closer, scraping its nails against the wall. I tried the door again, but it wouldn't budge. Feeling hopeless, I grabbed the amulet and started praying. It laughed.
That won't work. You don't truly believe.
Its laugh and voice were awful, like metal being crushed together, and it sounded like multiple people were speaking at once at different octaves. As it passed by the windows, they cracked and shattered, spraying me with the glass. I began to cry as I felt like my life was going to end. I held the amulet tighter and prayed harder. It rushed at me and grabbed me.
Like I said, it won't work. You're in my world now.
I struggled through the fear and sobs. What do you mean?
This place has been a portal to hell before it was ever a morgue. Why do you think there were those stupid rules?
It laughed. I had turned completely cold. It raised its clawed hand up and stabbed into my stomach. I shuddered as I felt the pain burn through my body. I felt my body go limp as I passed out. When I woke up, I was where I was previously, but the morgue looked the same as it does in the day. It no longer looked run down and off. There were no signs of that entity, just the shards of glass on the floor. I went to get up, but a sharp pain shot through me. I looked down, and on my stomach were 3 clawed marks, seared into my skin. My skin was a weird charcoal black color, and it smoldered where the entity had stabbed me. The glass from the windows was embedded into my arms as well. Slight blood trickled from some of the cuts, but they were nothing compared to the nasty seared black scars on my stomach. I got up and went into the lobby. I checked the clock and it was 5:01 a.m. I checked the clock and it was 5:01 a.m. I had been out for about 2 hours. I quickly got my car keys and left. When I got home, I first cleaned my seared stomach and wrapped it, and then pulled the embedded glass from my arms. I cleaned the cuts and wrapped them, and went to my room and fell asleep on my bed. After that, I was sick for 2 weeks. When I was sick, I refused to see any of my family members. I didn't know how they would react if they knew I had gotten sick after I had gone to the morgue after 12 a.m. My grandmother had recovered, and she was the one who tried to contact me the most. The 3 claw marks were still on my skin. They looked like black burned scars. I could barely sleep at night from the reoccurring nightmares of that entity. Once I felt better, I visited my grandmother and told her I was quitting. She didn't ask questions, and it almost seemed like she already knew why. The only thing she said was,
"When you're ready, I'll listen."
I left her house in tears. I'm sure she knew I had an encounter with that entity. Did she ever encounter it, or did her belief keep her safe? I didn't know the answer, but I'm convinced that the entity was the reasoning for the weird rules at the morgue. About 3 months ago, I told my grandmother what had happened, and she consoled me and placed what she called a protection prayer over me. After everything that happened, I hold a strong belief in the unnatural world, or the unseen world, or whatever you want to call it. I still have night terrors very often, and suffer from insomnia due to the night terrors, but I'm getting help with that. Stay safe out there, people, and don't assume that everything is as it appears.
As the title suggests, I am here to tell you about a strange encounter with my then and still friend, our town's librarian. She saved my life more than once. For apparent reasons, I will not be disclosing her real name, my real name, or even the town where I am from. I just wanted to let the world know of her heroic deeds, and that you should never treat your local librarian like shit. They could easily save your life one day. You can call me Jeremy. I am currently studying in the very library that saved my life. This is the only place I call home, or feel safe really. My friend, let's call her Miss Hess, is currently sitting behind her desk reading a book. I want to tell you how we met, and then I'll get into what just happened. It was a hot summer day, and I was outside enjoying the weather. That was until I encountered Bruce and his group of misfits. Bruce had come up behind me and shoved me to the ground. My head bounced off the pavement. After a long moment, Bruce rolled me over with his foot and kicked me in the ribs. He laughed at me, then he turned to his friends and said something along the lines of, "What a fucking loser. He's already crying and begging me to stop." Then he bent down and whispered in my ear, "The fun is only beginning." After that, he looked at his friends for approval, and that's when I took my chance. I got up and ran for the nearest building. It just so happened to be the library. And they noticed just a tad too late, because as they caught up to me, I slammed the door, breathing heavy and on the brink of tears. The next thing I knew, an angry older lady with thick horn-rimmed glasses rounded the corner. She looked like she would yell, but when she saw the state I was in, Her look softened. "Oh, my, what happened?" she asked. Her voice was more of a worried mother than that of a strange adult. I'm fine," I blurted out. She did not seem to believe me. I broke down, telling her all about the bully and what they had just done to me. "Don't worry. The bullies, they won't come in here. I have a reputation for being strict, so not many visitors come to my library anymore." She helped patch me up, and as she did, we talked about books and quickly bonded over our love of literature. After that, I spent most of my days in there, mostly because I quickly found out Bruce and his bitches would not venture past the threshold of the big wooden doors to my personal sanctuary. Well, as I said earlier, that was my first encounter with her. So, here we go. I'm going to tell you all about my day-to-day and the events that just took place. I'm still shaking, but it's not from fear, but excitement. Today? Well, today is my birthday. And you see, Bruce always gives me an extra special gift on my birthday. What a nice guy, am I right? Well, you see, his gift to me is always the same thing every year. Even on my 17th birthday, he planned on giving it to me again. What is his gift, you might ask? Well, his gift to me was him beating the shit out of me, nearly drowning me in a filthy toilet, dropping me to the ground, and kindly reminded me that I looked like shit. And now, my smell matches my appearance. What a nice guy, am I right? Fucking asshole. I sat in school, waiting for the last bell to ring. Bruce always caught me at the end of the day. During the chaos of students leaving for the day, teachers never saw him. But this year I had a plan. I was gonna rush out of school, get on my bike, and flee to the library. I'd get to my safe haven, then it would all be okay. And then I would be safe. Well, that's what I thought would happen. The bell rang, and I flew from my seat, running past people and knocking a few over. I usually would stop, help them up, and apologize to them. This time, I had no time to care. I ran in the halls, earning angry yells from my teachers. I would pay for this tomorrow. But today, I didn't care. Then, my worst fears came to light. I rounded the corner, and there was Bruce and his gang. They spotted me, and I heard yells. "There he is! Get him! He's running!" I did a U-turn and ran to the group of students, hoping that I would be lost in the crowd. As I broke through line of sight, I dipped into a dark classroom, shut the door, and hid. I heard Bruce's loud mouth telling his friends to find me and to split up. I waited until I did not hear them anymore. Then I hopped out of a window, thinking that I finally outsmarted them. But just as I thought that I was in the clear, I heard one of them yell, "There he is! He's getting on his bike!" I hopped onto my bike and took off like the hounds of Satan were on my heels. I took a hard left, and I saw them on their bikes coming for me in my peripheries. I did not wait for them to catch me. If they had, I knew the following beatdown would leave me in the hospital for making Bruce chase me. So I headed to the one place I knew was safe, the library. My library. It was closer than my house, and my parents weren't home. So if I went home, I would be a sitting duck. So I made the decision and went to the library. I sped to my safe haven, with them following close behind. As I got closer and closer, I pedaled harder and harder. I'm not the most athletic person in the world, but I guess running for your life gives you that extra motivation you need to survive these things. Because the next thing I knew, I was running headlong for the big wooden doors. Miss Hess ripped open the door and slammed it shut behind me. I guess she must have seen or heard the commotion, saw me coming, and came to my rescue. Miss Hess looked over to me and yelled, "Run to the office! I can't lock the door to a public place unless we are closing, but my office is a safe zone. The door can be locked. I need to go grab something quick. I'll be back soon. Just hide for now." And with that, she ran into the depths of the library, and I ran to her office, locked the door, and hid. "Jeremy, where are you? Come out, wherever you are." I could hear them calling out. I heard them looking in the bathrooms, through the halls, and finally, once they had searched every other place, they came to the office door. I listened to the handle twist, but not open. The lock prevented them from entering, for now. Found you, shithead. He said, laughing. Now, you can come out and save me the trouble of kicking the door down, making your beating a little easier on you. And if you don't, that'll just make more fun for me. I'll count to 3. Before he could even start counting, I heard Miss Hess yell at them, "You boys, you need to leave now. This is not a place for you." They laughed at her, and Bruce spoke up. Last I checked, this was a public place, yo bitch. Oh, are you planning on giving your boyfriend here an extra special birthday surprise? Playing the naughty librarian, are you? That pissed me off, and I rushed over to the door, ripped it open, much to Bruce's shock, and punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. I yelled, You do not talk to her that way. She's a good person, unlike you fucking sack of worthless shit. Bruce went to stand up and strike me. That was before Miss Hess stepped out in front of me. She opened a book and said a few words in a language I did not understand, and I was blinded by strong white light. When I could see again, all 4 of the boys were gone. I asked Miss Hess what had happened to them, and that was when my only friend confessed to me that she was a witch. She banished the boys to an alternate dimension, so there would no longer be a problem for me. Of course, a police investigation took place. I was one of their primary suspects, due to being one of their victims, but Miss Hess defended me, saying I was with her. She knew I would never tell anyone her secret. In fact, she took me on as a disciple. One of my favorite things to do is open the book she sealed them in, use a scrying spell to watch them suffer. Their screams and their anguish are like music to my ears. So let this be a warning to all the bullies out there. If you pick on a kid long enough, eventually they fight back. And if you pick on the wrong one, you may just join Bruce and his merry band of bitches. See you later.
Hello, Lady Spookaria. This is Phoenix Fire. Here is the submission for your Birthday Collab. This story was written by me. Permissions will be given by me to use within the collab. The story is entitled The Shadow Man, written by Phoenix Fire. This story is also loosely based off true events that happened in my life. Darkness. Pitch black, ice cold darkness. I have seen it now for quite some time. That night was the first time since I woke up that I realized that my room was freezing cold and darker than normal. I rolled onto my back and looked around in confusion. It was so damn dark, so pitch black dark. But I could see. It was all so clear. I looked around, still groggy from my sleep aid. There was a cabinet, a queen-sized wooden bed with a wooden nightstand next to it, a dresser with a mirror attached, and a small chair in the corner of the room. All of it felt unusual, yet so familiar. Out of nowhere, there he sat, the Shadow Man. I could see him sitting in the small chair in the corner of the room towards the foot of the bed. He opened his eyes and stared at me. He had short black hair and a pale face. He wore a black coat with a red collar and a black shirt underneath. He looked at me with the luminous, penetrating red eyes and growled.
Hello there. Would you like to leave?
I froze. What did he say? Did he just ask if I wanted to leave? I remained quiet. He stood up and walked towards me. I was petrified. The fear held me prisoner under the covers as he approached me. Panic struck me like a bolt of lightning as my heart began to race. It felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest.
If you would like to leave, speak now,
he blustered in a baritone, hair-raising, cadaverous voice. Whatever he was, it wasn't human.
Who the fuck are you? What do you want from me?
I managed to stammer out. My breathing became labored. I was sweating so much I felt glued between the blanket and the mattress. An evil grin uncoiled across his pale face as his eyes narrowed into slits. He let out a low growl that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at end. Long, blood-stained, razor-sharp teeth spilled over his black lips.
Do you want to leave?
He boomed. His voice echoed through the room so garishly the walls shook. I was trembling so bad, I felt like I was going to piss myself. The covers were going to pulverize my ribs at any moment now, it seemed.
Yes, I want to leave. Let me out of here,
I finally screamed. My head began to dizzy, and I felt like I was going to pass out. My heart felt like it was going to burst. He ripped the covers back, grabbed my ankle, and dragged me out of bed. I was completely stiff with fear. Every muscle felt paralyzed. I could do nothing but helplessly watch from within my own body. My body hit the wall as my head thudded like a rock against the floor. The force of which I was being dragged seared a friction burn right into my back. Why couldn't I move? My vision was blurred from the sweat and tears in my eyes. Rattling. I think I hear rattling. The ringing in my ears was so loud, it was hard to determine what was happening. I think it was opening a strange door that I didn't recognize. I felt a rush of bitterly cold air sweep over me, and I was yanked even harder through a doorway.
You wanted to leave. Now is your chance. I will give you until the count of 3. Get up and run.
My body slammed into the ground, knocking the air out of me as he let me go. His footsteps were loud and heavy as he sauntered away from me, back into my apartment. I couldn't sit upright. My body was still paralyzed as I gasped for air. I looked up through blurred, teary vision and saw his shadow creeping back towards me. I arched my neck backward so I could peer behind me. A cloud of pitch-black darkness quickly washed over me. I faintly heard him growling.
1, 2.
I felt myself slip from consciousness. Flashing lights. Bright, flashing lights. My head pounded and the deafening ring in my ears began to subside as I finally came to.
Whoa, take it easy. Just lay down and try not to take it too fast,
came a voice that I didn't recognize.
Where am I?
I asked.
You're laying outside your front door. We heard screams and loud banging. It woke us up and we came over to see if you were okay. How did you end up out here? Is everything all right?
As my vision finally focused, I recognized the voice talking to me. My neighbors were standing over me with flashlights. A look of fear and concern stamped their faces.
Is he gone? Did you see him?
I said as I slowly sat up and held my throbbing head. See who? There's no one here but you? You're soaking wet and it's freezing out here. Do you need to go to the hospital? My neighbors asked. The man, the tall, pale man with red eyes, he was just here, I grunted. The feeling in my body came rushing back as I began moving my legs to stand up. A tall man with red eyes? What are you talking about? There's no one here but you and us. Are you sure you're okay? Maybe we need to call the police? No, I'm fine. I must have hit my head a little too hard. I'll be okay. Thank you for coming over and checking on me. I'll take it from here. The neighbors helped me to my feet, and I told them goodnight as they ushered me back into my apartment. I turned the lights on and saw wet streaks along the floor that trailed through the hallway. I limped back to my bedroom and noticed the bedding crumpled on the floor. I plucked the pillows and blankets from the floor and made my bed. I sat on the edge of my bed trying to recollect what happened. My head was throbbing so bad. All I wanted to do was get some rest. I laid down and instantly slipped back into slumber. As I awoke the next morning, a sharp pain shot through my back. What in the hell happened last night? I felt like I had been beaten down with a sack of bricks. I shook the fogginess from my head and started my day. That evening, when I returned home, I took one of my trazodones so that I could get a peaceful night's rest. The sleep drug rapidly set in and I finally drifted off. Sometime during the night, I rolled over onto my back. I felt an ice-cold breeze sweep over me. My eyes shot open to an eerie, pitch-black darkness. I began to panic. From the foot of my bed, I heard a deep, sinister voice snarl.
Would you like to leave?
I lived in a pretty well-known town that's full of all kinds of legends and spooky stories. Some are really famous and pretty well known, and others not so much. There was one in particular that was always told to me by my family when I was younger, whenever it started snowing. It was about the boogeyman, but not just your regular boogeyman, the snowman with tiny hands. Now, I know that probably sounds ridiculous, and maybe even a little funny, but I wish I could say it was just a made-up legend to freak everyone out and give a good laugh to whoever was telling the story. Years later, I learned it was more than just that. It was real. I was over at my friend's house and we were just hanging out, catching up, since I was in town visiting for my 22nd birthday. When I was 16, I moved away. So, I had pretty much forgotten about the legend and the snowman with tiny hands at that point. Anyways, a snowstorm started to blow in, and my friend Alex said, "Hey, you remember that story we were all told as kids?" "Which one?" "There was a few from what I remember." "Or boogeyman, the snowman with tiny hands," she said. I started laughing a bit. Oh, that one. I completely forgot about it. She questioned if it was real or not. I said, no, come on. That was just a story to scare us as kids. She asked me if I remembered her cousin, Danica, to which I did. She started explaining about a month after I moved away. She went missing, and a week later, the local hunters found her deep in the woods. She was covered in blood. So much blood, they couldn't tell where it was coming from at first. Then they looked closer to her hands. Her hands were gone and replaced with tiny hands. There was no explanation for this, nor could anyone think of someone who would do something like this. When she was questioned about what happened, or who could have done this to her, all she kept saying was, "Snowman with tiny hands." They thought she had completely lost it due to the circumstances. Needless to say, no one was ever caught, and the case went cold. Alex told me the night she went missing, she was trying to summon him, just to see if it was real or not. To summon him, you had to do a few things. Go outside with your back turned towards the woods, holding a mirror, and finally say, "Tiny hands," 4 times. Alex expressed her uncertainty about the whole thing, but Danica proceeded anyway. Nothing happened, or so they thought. They said it was made up. Alex went home for the night, and that was that. The following day, she came over and saw what looked like a struggle in the backyard, leading into the woods. She knew something was very wrong, and started wondering if it had anything to do with what they did the previous night. After hearing the whole story, I stopped questioning if it was real. I knew it was. Alex wasn't the type to make up stories, especially not something like this. So, my advice to anyone that might be listening: be careful with what legends you try to prove are real, because you never know what could happen.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, it's my birthday today, and today I'm a big boy now. That's what my Nana told me today. She gave me such a big hug when she came to my mom and dad's home, and then into the backyard, and then to my party. Because my birthday party was in the backyard with all my friends from school and cousins and uncles and aunts and my other nanas and papas too. I'm so excited. I love my gifts I got today. My birthday gifts are oh so important to me. But the last birthday present that was given to me was from my Nana, and it was after the big hug she gave me. She gave me the gift and said, "You grow up so fast." My dad is acting weird now. When Nana gave me my gift from her, he asked if it was safe. My Nana is a scientist and a doctor, and said that it was just a small piece of the Hadron Collider. I'm holding it close to my chest. This small metal box, its color is gray, but I see green and blue light coming from it too. It's so cool. It's so cool looking. I love my gift my Nana gave me. The lights to the din-din room turn off, and all I see now are the lights from the candles on my birthday cake and my Nana's gift. Awesome. My mom tells me to make a wish and blow out my candles.
What? What's happening? What was that? I feel strange. Oh no. I didn't blow out my candles on my birthday cake. No, I did. I blew out the candles and the room went dark. And all that was illuminating was my gift from Nana. The blue and green glow from the small gray box. That's even... What? Smaller now? No, I'm looking down at my birthday cake rather than across from it. I'm bigger. I thought the thought process is I have a thought process now? Drastic thinking? What are these words in my head? I feel I'm in a dire situation right now.
Oh, you grow up so fast.
What? Nana? I can barely see you. The orange illumination. What a word. From my birthday candles are lighting up just your faces, of whom is close to me, at the din-din table. No, the dinner table. It's just the nerve-wracking smiles that don't seem to move of my mommy, daddy, big sister, little baby brother, and a few of my friends and cousins. And of course Nana. Wait, my little brother, my baby brother. No, everyone looks older, bigger, but they don't move an inch. It's just, they just have these frozen smiles on them. And I hear a voice telling me to blow out my birthday candles. It sounds like Mom, but it's coming from the box, the small gray box. The gift from Nana. Okay, here I go.
What fresh hell is this? Fuck's sakes. What the shit type of gift did you give me, Nana? Hey? Where are you? Nana? Hello? You were over on the left side. My right side. Behind Uncle Tom. Are you hiding from me? Embarrassed that the gift you gave me is a goddamn curse? I know it's the small gray cube that I'm holding that is the cause of this, Nana, you stupid old bag. Fuck. You're all just staring and smiling at me. You're stuck in time. I don't know. Wait. Some of you are missing. Not just Nana. Let's see. Cousin Timmy, my big sister, Tammy, and all the kids from school, and Grandma's and Grandpa Stu. Gone. Still got one cousin, I see. No, wait. That's not Polly. Oh shit. That's my baby brother. Not a baby no more. Mom and Dad look so old too. The orange light from my birthday candles illuminate the white from their hair. Yeah, and accentuate the wrinkles on their faces. Oh shit. I didn't notice that I got more candles on my birthday cake too. Ugh. Well, it makes sense. Pans out, really. Well, that the only thing left to do is... Fuck it. That small, shitty, gray cube broke into a million pieces. I can see it for a few seconds due to the arc of blue and green light that burst from it when I threw it really hard on the dining room floor. Ha ha ha. Now, Okay. Why can't I move from my seat? Seems I'm stuck in place like everyone else.
Oh, you grow up so fast.
Fuck you, Nana. Well, I literally broke the thing that caused the chain of events to happen, right? I should be good. Free. The hell with it. I'm blowing out the candles once more on my birthday cake. I hope to A, fly back in time, starting events, you know? Or B, I'm in this timeline and I lost like 2 decades or something. Okay, here I go. No. I don't understand. I broke the chain, did I not? Ouch. Everything hurts. My head, knees, back. Oh, my hands and arms are so pale. Red blots, wrinkly. What is this? I have a long white beard. I'm so very tired. My birthday cake is so very bright. So many candles. It's illuminating the whole din room now. Wait. I'm not in Mom and Dad's house anymore. It's a hospital room. I'm not sitting on my big boy chair anymore. I'm lying in a bed. No more large wooden table. Just a small bedside metal tray on wheels. Such a big birthday cake for such a small gathering. Just a doctor, nurse, and my baby brother in attendance. Standing still in frozen time with eerie smiles on their faces. I pull myself up to straighten my back to help my exhausted lungs pull in whatever tonnage of air that I can use to blow out the many candles on this birthday cake. As I lean in to get into position and feel the candles heat on my face, a single tear rolls down my cheek. I know that this is it. My end is in sight. My last birthday is here.
They grow old so fast.
The nurse? Yes, I think so. I take a deep breath and hold it just for a second, and with all my tired muscle might, I force whatever air I have left in me one last time. That went out the wrong hole. The doctor smiles and shakes his head. The nurse looks and sighs in disgust. But my baby brother laughs out loud and holds my hand as I blow out my birthday cake candles.
Hello. Today's horror story is written by Lady Spookaria and I.
Despite the spins, I had my feet up on the dash. I tried to pick favorite raindrops as they grew, merged and raced their siblings to the window's bottom. It was hard to focus on anything. The car engine, the windshield wipers, Jeremy ringing the steering wheel, all vied for my attention.
We didn't have to leave,
he said. I curled up as much as the seatbelt would allow. No, it's fine. You hate my friends, so let's just go home.
I don't hate them, Sophie. I barely had time to talk to anyone. You took up most of the air in there.
I actually bristled at that. It's the start of my weekend and I was letting off steam with my friends. It just sucks so much being stuck in the apartment all day, I complained.
Oh, I know. You mentioned that like a billion times.
Jeremy said as he tightened his grip on the wheel. An awkward silence hung like a dagger above our heads. I pressed down on the hilt. Is that it? I asked knowingly. The car sped up. Nothing else bothering you, Jer-Bear?
Why should anything be bothering me? The only person I know for a million miles is miserable, and it's all my fault, apparently.
It's not just you. There's a lot going on. I probably had one too many, I said.
Yeah, well, drunk hearts speak the truth.
We kept speeding up. The road ahead blurred as raindrops outpaced the wiper blades. We're going too fast, I yelled at him.
You know what? Sometimes I think we are.
He bellowed at me. And then the car started to slip. A wrongness in our momentum made my stomach lurch. The windshield shifted to the right. A tree, illuminated by the very edge of our headlights, growing inexorably larger in my window. And then, nothing.
The ambulance, the hospital, the trip home are all a blur. The only crisp memory I have is of Sophie. I must have crawled clear of the wreckage because I was just standing there, facing the passenger side of the car. Flashing lights grew brighter, reflected in the slick pavement and shards of glass. Only her legs hung out of the mangled mess of metal. I could picture her snapped at the waist and crumpled up in the car seat. They said she might have survived if she'd been sitting properly. Given the sickening way her legs bent halfway down her thighs, I couldn't imagine. My next clear memory was back at the apartment. No matter how many condolences or how vast your support system is, nothing can insulate you from that first time you're alone. Sophie's family was grieving in their own way, and mine was non-existent. I was very much alone. I suppose I only had myself to blame. Nothing tied me to my old life, and thought I'd really make a go of it with my girlfriend overseas. I found myself moving to Townsville, Queensland, the city of Townsville. I thought it'd be worth it for the memes alone. I proposed to Sophie and made plans to move on the same day. My socials were inundated with an increasing amount of unread notifications. Notifications which seemed both too many and too few. Sophie was the only thing going right in my life. Sure, we'd been feeling the pressure, but who wasn't? Everyone gets those pre-wedding jitters. But of course we loved each other. And now our last conversation, filled with resentment and frustration, was now permanently carved on the side of some tree out in the country. I lay in the dark, tears welling up whenever the slightest thought of her touched my mind. Someone slipped into bed beside me. Sophie's voice pervaded my fevered thoughts, but amongst the turmoil I heard an audible,
"You need to move on,"
just before I drifted off. Moving boxes all but materialized around the apartment. I didn't totally feel ready, but in my dreams I was certain Sophie wanted me to get on with my life. It was crazy. I was almost certainly coping poorly by pretending my dead fiancé was communicating with me. But for the first time since the accident, I felt happy. I could hear her voice on the wind from the open window. Sometimes I could hear her voice crackle through a podcast I was listening to. Always.
"You need to move on."
Pictures would fall off shelves and I'd pack them up in a hurry, taking it as a sign she wanted me to keep them. All kinds of small objects would clatter to the floor, and I felt warm inside, picturing Sophie helping me as she could. I didn't know exactly where I was going, but at least everything would be ready once I figured it out. It was what Sophie wanted. I was cleaning out Sophie's nightstand when I found the diary. If I wasn't certain I was still communicating with my departed fiancé, that book would have been my last opportunity to hear her words. Briefly grappling with whether to invade her privacy, I opened the last written page. My heart sank.
I don't know how to tell Jeremy this. I'm just not in love with him anymore.
I couldn't believe what I was reading. I kept going.
I miss my life before him. I miss when I was free to do what I wanted, and when he wasn't around me. I loathe the person I've become because of him. I hate how he complains and does nothing. He is nothing but a weak fucking coward who is good for nothing. I hate his voice, his touch, his breath. His existence sickens me.
If I didn't recognize her handwriting, I would be sure this was someone else.
If he dies, it would do the world a favor. Even then, his useless ass would leave me with the funeral.
She wasn't just done with me, she was angry at me, at the world, at the life we had been building together. The atmosphere of the apartment changed. Well, maybe it didn't. Perhaps only my perception of it had changed. Items seemed to be thrown off shelves rather than merely nudged to get my attention. I recognized the tone in the ethereal voice invading my earbuds. It was aggression. My world spun. The only tether to my life had been severed for a second time. The largest knife whipped out of the knife block, sliding across the kitchen island I braced myself on. The knife came to a rest in front of me. Beside my dull reflection in the blade, I could make out a second silhouette behind my shoulder. I ripped my earbuds out and tossed them across the room. Amid the storm of guilt and regret, Sophie's whispers persisted, no longer hindered by the extraneous noise. As I stared at our reflections in the night, the same message she had been repeating since her death rang clear.
You need to move on. Thank you so much for joining me for my birthday collab. Now, remember next year there will be another. Please check out all the narrators who decided to take part. Don't forget to check out Tanner Stokes and VValters. Both of them graciously allowed their music to be used. All the links are available in the description below. If there are any issues in the collab, please drop me a message. This video is made with the support of my incredible channel members, Patreons, and all my subscribers. Thank you so much for supporting me. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Stay safe, my little spooklings. And remember, I'll be watching you.